enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. What a difference a day makes. You join us here in the hills of Connecticut, and it is a rather gloomy day, as you can see. Wet weather has descended upon us. If you watched the Indy 500 last night, it's the same weather that Indianapolis suffered from yesterday during the 500, which delayed it, and we've got it today. Here, our Memorial Weekend special from Lime Rock Park. As we look down the Paul Newman Straight, you can see sitting water and how, as we get ready for our Memorial Day Classic. Trans Am coming your way, SVRA coming your way, plenty of action to show you, and it doesn't matter that it's raining. These men and women don't care about that, nor do the fans. They love it here. And we're getting ready for our first Group SVRA race. We just had qualifying, and Tommy Dreese getting pole position in Trans Am. Really impressive there. So that's his first pole position of the year. But you can see, as we look down the Newman Straight, the sitting water there is really going to be a problem. And you can see the way this track is developed, and it opened in 1957, so it is really old school. If you touch that grass there, you really are on a hiding to nothing. And as we look at 7, you can see the same thing. Anytime you put a wheel off on the outside of 7, which is flat out downhill, down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill, it really is tough. But we're getting ready, as I said, for our first group action of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B and 8, and that means that we should call in young Ben Sissel to get us started.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Here we are at the grid for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock Park. Right now, as you can see, the weather kind of seems a little bit dreary, but if you can believe this, it has improved drastically in just the last 5 minutes. I'm hearing from some of the grid officials that we should be seeing a rainbow soon, but I want to give some credit out because this is the group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and 8 with SVRA, but you can always count on our Miata drivers to come out in any condition. So up here in the front is Pat Daly running this beautiful blue number 53. He's also a member of the Drivers Club here at Lime Rock, which means he drives here quite a bit, I'm sure in all kinds of conditions. So this is a very beautiful car. He's got his Hoosier Wets brand new tires on there, so expect him to be really good here at the front. But then the next car, the number 63 with the Rocket Retirement, running that Fara Mission Foods banner on there, is Rodat. He says, John Rodat, where's my Rodat? We can see that. You got to get, Tony, if you can, you got to get a close-up of his helmet here. He's got kind of the helmet of a World War II P-51 fighter plane. So we're loving that, John. And something that we see here, you know, we've got these Miatas. I love it. You know, we're missing some of the vintage race cars in the other groups, but the Miatas are always willing to run here in the rain. So we love that. This is Darren Berger, the number 84. And it's so cool to have Miatas back here with us at Lime Rock Park. We had a great showing here a couple of years ago. I'm seeing another car coming to grid. That's the Mazda RX-7. So it might just be an all-Mazda event. That's Scott Merrick in that RX-7. But then this number 77 here, Greg Meindl, is that correct? And then Greg is the only person here from Lime Rock, Connecticut, racing this weekend at Lime Rock Park. He lives, he says, about 1,000 feet from Lime Rock Park. So look for Greg Meindl to move up, because I'm sure, I mean, being this is his backyard, I'm sure that he knows this track very, very well. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen, now that the rain has kind of decreased a little bit, we've got Sam Every coming down in his the only Group 8 out here right now, that Datsun 280Z. Beautiful car. Now the rain is coming down a little bit harder as Tony Garcia, our cameraman, we're walking back up. There is a river coming right across here through the grid. But this is a beautiful car here. Sam Every in the Datsun. So it looks like right now it's just the Japanese manufacturers that are wanting to come out here to the grid to get ready for our first feature race. Now, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV, leave us some comments, what you're wanting to see, who you're wanting us to talk about. But we've got some great cars here coming to grid right now. It was going to be an all Miata race, but then we've got some more coming in. Ooh, look at that. We've got another Mazda RX-7. So that's actually Scott Merrick in the yellow Mazda RX-7. And in the black RX-7 that's coming to grid right now, the number 38 is Ian Johnson. So look at this, an all Japanese manufacturer grid here for the groups 1, 3, and 8. Some beautiful cars. Loving these rotary engine RX-7s. So thank you so much. Ian Johnson giving me the thumbs up. So this should be pretty good. Now, Jonathan, I'm going to throw back up to you because they're about to get the 3-5 minutes here on the grid. And I'm going to come up and join you. So, again, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV, leave us some comments. Tell us what we're getting right. Tell us what we're getting wrong. And I'm going to throw it up to you. I'll be there in just a second, Jonathan.
Great stuff, Ben. And yes, the only comment we've had so far is an umbrella, and he's quite right, is H, saying, yeah, it is umbrella weather, as you can see, and thank you to all our SVRA pundits and all our car entries to get out and entertain you folks on our SpeedTour TV. If you're watching on our live stream, you can see conditions very different than they were yesterday, and sitting water around the track, especially at the Paul Newman Straight. And you can see quite a breeze. We're expecting more rain later, but certainly not enough to dissuade anybody from going out. Cloud is very low, as you can see, but it's going to make it very interesting. These Miatas kind of revel in these sort of conditions. And Lime Rock at 1.5 miles round, and quite a simple layout, but perfect for these Miatas. And it's almost as though the Skip Barber School, which is also based here, and Skip Barber now, the tower named after him, it seems somewhat appropriate. This is the perfect venue, and this is the kind of conditions where you really learn your racecraft if you don't have it already. But most of these drivers, bags of experience, and as Ben pointed out, mostly Miatas, mostly Japanese. In fact, all Japanese manufacturers at the moment. So they're the hardy ones going out for this, our Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and 8. So they go out behind the pace car, get an idea for the conditions. As you can see, some with sticker tires, so they'll just be weaving to try to get some heat into those tires, and obviously same with the brakes. And let's take a look at the conditions going into the Mission Foods Turn 1 Big Bend, which goes basically round to the right and then dives back to the left before heading down the Paul Newman Straight. So tricky part of the track, but the most obvious place for an overtake as well into Turn 1 on the inside or outside, because if you can make it stick around the outside, you then have the inside line for the second part of this complex. Well, Ben joins me in the booth now, and I don't know where he got, but it's pretty nasty out there. But like you say, it was nice to see everybody showing up bit by bit and getting out there on a Monday morning as we welcome you to our Memorial Day Classic. And it has been a classic over the years in Lime Rock, because Memorial Weekend is synonymous with this Lime Rock. In fact, it kicks off the major events series at Lime Rock. There's always action of some sort going on here at Lime Rock, but this is the first major event. We'll be coming back here again with the Speed Tour later in the year, and I know you're looking forward to this, the All-Star event coming up in July.
Yeah, let me just run through that because this is going to be unbelievable. July 19th through the 20th. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We've got Greg Biffle, Jeff Brabham, Ron Fellows, Davey Hamilton, Ron Hornaday, Davey Jones, Bobby Labonte, Pippa Mann, Paul Menard, Ryan Newman, Max Pappas, Boris Said, Ken Schrader, Mike Skinner, Scott Speed, Danny Sullivan, and even more, and the IROC race. So it is going to be a blast, July 19th through the 20th. But, Jonathan, I'm going to give this to you as these Japanese manufactured cars come down and take the green flag.
Yep, they're coming down the hill past my good friend Lake, who probably is in his own lake right now because it's pretty wet out there. But he's going to stay steady for us as we look down the main straight. In a moment, that car will peel off, and he does so. And it is getting ready for our feature race 1 of the day. It's Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and 8. Mostly Miatas, though. And let's see who's got the stomach for these wet conditions. Always tricky. You've got to kind of tiptoe. It's like being on ice. Into the first corner they go then.
Look at that. There is the number 47. We were talking about him earlier today. That's Sam Every, and I'm not sure why Sam Every dropped way back in that 280Z, but I think just with the power that car has, he's just trying to see what the conditions are. They only got one pace lap, but the Miata's out to the front, Jonathan.
Yep, and Keith Romano says he grew up here at this track and has done a bunch of miles here and pit crewed for a few years with the Spec Miatas. So feel free, Keith, to jump in and give us some thoughts on the Miatas and how you set them up for the wet here in Lime Rock, and especially this very light up-the-hill turn, which is the Cube 3 Architecture West Bend before they dive down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill past my good man Joe, and down the hill they go.
But you can see there, that's John Rodat there in second place in that number 63, and in that Patrick Daly, the one out front, is a part of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, which means he probably has a ton of experience here racing in all different conditions. Something I meant to ask them, you see that little parking light there under the left headlight?
Yeah.
I noticed that they're using that as an intake. Not sure. Maybe we've got some Miata experts to tell us what the advantage is there or what they're doing with that blank space. But look at this, 2 RX-7 side by side with their wipers furiously going.
Yeah, and the sort of bigger classic is sort of running at the back at the moment. That's the 47. And I say the bigger classic, it's just a little bit older than some of the others. That's Sam Avery in that 280Z. In the all green, did a 103.2 in the dry. And, of course, when they practiced and qualified, it was dry. Beautiful Datsun, that.
But, you know, I appreciate the drivers driving to their comfort level in this race because the conditions have changed drastically just in the last 30 minutes. The rain really, really came down, making for a green track, and now it's just kind of sprinkling, but the water is still there, as we can see on the track.
Yeah, well, I got Keith Roman. I've put him to work. He says it helps the air intake right behind the blank.
Nice. See, I love having all of these. Yeah, thank you, Keith Romano.
So the other question was, where can you find the group descriptions? And that's your bailiwick, isn't it? But basically, you can just go to the SVRA website.
Yeah,
right?
SVRA.com. These are basically Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and 8 are basically small to medium bore production cars that run similar lap times around the track.
Wow,
but yeah,
turn 1, look how wet it's getting. So these guys are putting on a brave job here, and I hope you, the fans, appreciate the show they're putting on. I mean, you couldn't stop them coming up here. They've come all the way to Lime Rock. They're gonna get their track time come hell or high water, quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the one that we're missing is Rich Malumian Jr., which I totally understand because he's in a really nice cherry Austin Healey 100/4.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that.
So,
is it 100/4? Yeah.
I would say he would be crazy to come out there in that car with this.
Car,
yeah. And just, you know, those cars have just really, really gone up in value, and this is just an absolute pristine car.
That would probably be late 50s?
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful. I looked it up this morning, and I was saying, you know, it's 4-speed manual gearbox, inline front engine, 4-cylinder, obviously. And, it would have been a beautiful thing to see. But we've seen it here in action before.
Yeah. Look at that. Rodat going way down here on the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill.
Getting some drive.
Yeah, he is getting some drive. So let's see if he can carry that momentum behind Patrick Daly. Now, usually these cars like to drive in a train and draft each other, but then you lose your vision. But Rodat ducking out to the outside at Mission Foods turn 1.
Well, like I mentioned, if you can make it round the outside, he's not going to do it this lap. But one idea is to – trouble is the conditions are such that it's really hard to be out there because there's a lot of sitting water. But, like I said, if you hang yourself out on the outside and keep your foot in, as you can see, the next is a left-hander, so you could potentially have the advantage going into the next left-hander. But in these conditions, just getting round is enough, I think.
And Don Moody's right. Don Moody just said, well, the Datsun doesn't have wipers. And you're right, Don. You can see.
Oh,
so
yes,
we've got some
right.
eagle-eyed viewers out there, so thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, that can't be easy, coming down the hill from 6 to 7 without wipers.
Yeah, and it has the rain has increased even just since I was at the grid doing the grid walk. So you can see the wipers furiously going there as John Rodat ducking out here at the Q3 turn.
He's trying to stay out of the spray for one, and also obviously it looks as though he's a little bit quicker than the leader. Now let's see what he does here. If he tucks himself up behind.
He's running a rain line.
Yeah,
he's finding grip where, you know, the normal racing line gets polished throughout the years by the tires. And so you can find more grip in the rain if you kind of run like the counter racing line, and I think that's what Rodat's doing.
Well, he was trying to have another look around the outside. Here's the 77 of Mindell. You say he only lives 1,000 yards from the track. That's pretty impressive.
1,000 feet. Yeah,
1,000 feet.
That's crazy. But his wipers are no longer working. You can see
well,
that.
You better go home and get some more.
Yeah, he's falling back. Yeah, he might just be able to just jog home to his garage, grab a new wiper motor. Looks like it is the wiper motor that's not working right now.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you could say he's being stoic and just doesn't want to use them, but I don't believe that. If you've got them, use them.
Yeah.
In these conditions, absolutely.
Yeah, and so sometimes it's raining such that just Rain-X alone will clear the windshield.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be the case right now. It seems like it's raining now that you need actual wipers.
Well, at the front, Patrick Daly, who was pole, continues at the front, but Rodat is all over the back of him, John Rodat. And then Darren Berger still third. We've been looking at Gregory Mendel in the 77, the all-white. He's in 6th at the moment, just ahead of Sam Avery. Here come the leaders again. Down the hill, the Bennett Bridge Hall, downhill and into turn 7 and onto the Sam Posey straight. Great to have Sam Posey here because yesterday we dedicated the tower that we're sat in right now to Skip Barber after his 4 decades of duty, you will say, 88 years of age. And still going strong, but a great guy, and some would say that Lime Rock potentially would not exist today if it weren't for the work of the Skip Barber School and, more importantly, Skip Barber himself.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And it's cool. Also, just Sam Posey, a lot of people don't know this, designed a lot of the buildings on the complex, too. So that was really cool. We could see Darren Berger there, 3rd place in the Miatas, and that number 84 just kind of running behind the Miatas. But this is the battle here with Rodat and Daly. And Rodat, I feel like, may have a little bit of a faster car, but like we've seen in everything else, it's just can he get around?
Well, that's the beauty of, or if you like, the jeopardy of Lime Rock. It's a really it's a very simple layout when you look at it on a track map, and you think, oh, I got this. But then when you try to go fast or you try to overtake, there really isn't. You know, you can try any which way. And there are a few tricks, as you talk to some of the veterans, but basically there's one line round here, and the obvious overtake, is on the inside here. But as you can see, doing a good job, Daly using the middle of the road, as he is allowed to do, of course, and just basically defending so that the 63 can't go up the inside and has to wait again. As 3rd place, the 84 of Berger. Going good. Darren Berger, there he is.
But Berger, you know, with what's happening and with the weather, may be in the catbird seat with anything that could happen up front.
Good point.
Now, we're getting blamed by Alpha Draco that what's with all the rain during all the races this weekend, it's the commentator's curse.
Oh, well, that would be Ben Sissel. Answers on a postcard. Ben Sissel, 49 Avery Street, Tennessee.
Maybe. Well, there is Patrick Daly. That's the biggest gap we've seen. So through that left-hander, and the Newman Straight now has been able to gap Rodat pretty well here.
That's a great name, Rodat. I love it. So small group of entries. Obviously, it's Memorial Weekend, and so on the one hand, it's the biggest weekend in motorsport. On the other hand, it's also a 3-day weekend, so a lot of the SVRA regulars often use this time to be with their families as well. So much historic racing. I mean, you pretty much do most of the events, Ben. I mean, historic racing has never been more popular, has it?
Yeah, it's really growing. It's great to see. And then the fact that, like, having Miatas being introduced, and that's all part of Tony Pirelli and John Doonan just a few years ago with a Mazda Miata Heritage Cup. And then we're seeing a lot more like E30s and 280Zs and 240Zs. So it's really growing. I love these Mazda RX-7s with the rotary engines. So, you know, because time keeps marching on, you know, what becomes vintage keeps changing year after year. So this is really cool to see this group 1, 3, and 8 here as we go side by side.
You know, and a bit like the Porsche 911, the Miata's shape has not drastically changed over the years. So some of these cars are well over 20, 25 years, but they could be, you know, 5 years old in terms of what the shape of the Miata still looks like.
Yeah. So here's our leaders.
We've got a bit of a gap now out front. He's broken the gap, and it's 1.1 seconds now, as you can see for yourself. Down the Posey straight they come. Wipers on. Time running out. But still, the top 3 remain the same.
But it is kind of neat to see we've got the first 2 here in the Miatas. Then in Group 8, we've got the first 2 with the RX-7s. Still running pretty closely. That's Ian Johnson and Scott Merrick with the RX-7s.
And I'll tell you, this is no mean feat with a sitting water on that. It's really like being on an ice rink. And even though the Miata's, you know, not a big, powerful car, still, you put your foot down, you're going to get wheel spin because it's such a lightweight car.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is still a rear-wheel car.
Yep.
Rear-wheel drive.
I went out in the wet in a Miata at Harris Hill in Texas and managed to actually spin on the straight. Well, I just put my foot down and round it went.
Yeah. And you can see they get so light going up over that hill, coming into the Cube 3 architecture turn, West Bend, as they call it.
Great to hear from Bill Savage. Yes, thank you, vets. And it is a tradition, Memorial Weekend. SVRA and the SpeedTour here at Lime Rock. And long may it continue.
So that's Scott Merrick there in that yellow and black Mazda RX-7. But here are the leaders, and let's see if Rodat has anything for Patrick Daly. Now, I mentioned that Patrick Daly was on brand new Hoosier wets. And you can see there, looks like Berger's wipers. He's using the intermittent wipers now.
Yep. Well, actually, I'm looking out the window of the comms box. It's clearing, actually. I mean, you can't tell from the spray that's being thrown up. There's still a lot of water on the track itself. But in terms of conditions, it's improved dramatically in the last 5 or so minutes. So it's going to be wet, but it's certainly going to be more intermittent when it comes to wipers. And here come your Datsuns.
Yeah, and appreciate what we just saw there from Scott Merrick, knowing the cars behind him and getting over for him. We appreciate that in this mixed class racing. And you can see the headlights giving the little wink there from the Miatas. I love that.
So about 10 minutes. We just got a question, how long are these races? Well, they're all about 20 minutes to half an hour. And we've got, just under 10 minutes left in this one. So there's still room for some action here. But I think just finishing this race in these conditions would be pretty impressive. But big gap now to Patrick Daly. He's managed to take it to 1.7 seconds. So very much in control of this race. And not easy in these conditions. Still third place man. He's getting under pressure now from Ian Johnson, who's taking the outside line, getting out of his spray. And just eases on by Ian Johnson in the Mazda RX-7.
Getting word from race control that Greg Meindl is pulled in. That was the one without the wipers. So he is pulled into pit lane and just kind of sitting there, is happy with his performance.
He could go back out again because the rain has kind of stopped now, but you still need the wipers because of the spray.
Yeah.
So no change at the front, but the gap has, as you can see, gone up to 1.7 seconds.
So Scan Tech is saying, shout out to the commentators. Well, thank you.
Well, we've got Keith Romano reckons that Rodat has cooked his tires, which with wet weather tires, they don't last as long. And you get to a point where if the conditions start to improve, the tires start to heat up and start to dilapidate a little bit. But I don't think we've got to that part. I think actually it's just Daly putting down the hammer.
Where'd the leader go?
Whoa!
There he is. Oh, we've got a change, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if Patrick Daly, who went off there at Mission Foods Turn 1, can now come back. So now Rodat, it's all up to you. Let's see what John Rodat has. Anything for Patrick Daly, who we were just talking about went out in the brand new tires, but just went a little bit long there.
Yeah, so that's a big change.
So there is our new leader.
Yeah.
And then right behind him, that was the leader. So let's see what happens here. And then Berger seeing this. So our 1, 2, 3 are all inside of each other, Jonathan.
Wow, 7 minutes to go. And a new change then as Rodat leads the way. But as you can see, as he pops up the hill that is Q3 Architecture West Bend, the second-place man is in hard pursuit now as they head down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill and into turn 7, the last corner here at Lime Rock.
You're getting blamed for that by Chase Cavalier, saying you spoke too soon.
I did. Well, story of my life. Commentator's blight. Cross the line they come down the San Posey straight. And let's have a look at the gap. Well, was 4 seconds. It's come down dramatically. I think he's catching him quite quickly, actually. So this could be a good battle royal. We've got just over 6 minutes to go in this one. And we do it on timing rather than laps. Obviously, they're doing a lot slower laps than they were in qualifying.
Yeah, Bill Savage is saying the race is on now. Yeah, I agree, Bill. This has just gotten pretty interesting now. And now we're looking at all the scoring, and we'll see what kind of gaps they are. So you can see right here in the top left, just over 4 second gap behind Daly. But Daly,
I think it's less than that now.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's looking calm in there. You can see he's got a little tennis ball in his side vent. So there's Rodat, our leader.
Well, this is a hard angle to see just the distance, but now you can see, I would say it's just under 4 seconds now. So he is taking some time. I'll take a look at the lap times for you as they both cross the line this time. And we don't often really take too much notice of lap times, but certainly if Daly is going quicker than the leader, give us an idea if he is catching. And yeah, he is. So he almost 2 seconds quicker in that last lap. So he has taken a huge chunk. And now the gap is 1.9 seconds. Come on, Daly.
So if he just cut out 2 seconds a lap, white flag is out this time by.
He's going to catch him.
Difficult track to pass, but he is going to catch him. But then the problem is you can't really do what Miatas normally do, get up right behind him and suck right behind him, because then you lose all visibility.
Right.
But normally you would probably wait to come down the downhill right behind and then duck out and drag race down and use that draft. But you can't really do that here, as the leader's going to take the white flag this time by. So this got really interesting. Leave us a comment who you got, people.
Yeah, he's certainly got enough time to do it, and the pace he's on. Like I said, he did a 1:11.5 last time out. John Rodat did a 1:13.7, so he was 2 seconds, as I said, quicker. Down the hill they come then, and they'll approach the San Posey straight for the last time, take the white flag, and this should be a humdinger of a finish. Conditions outside improving, but not much on track. Here we go then.
You can see Rodat kind of coming right into the middle.
Yeah.
He's waving, so he's acknowledging the white flag. I hope he didn't think that was the checker.
No.
Because look at that. He's right behind him. Patrick Daly's right behind him. And then there's Berger just waiting to pounce.
Yep, absolutely. Well, he's held third place the whole time on this race, but never been able to catch up with the leaders. Here they come out of the Mission Foods complex.
Ken Agina is saying Daly's going to take it on No Name Straight. I don't know if he's there yet. I don't know if he's close enough. We'll see.
Yeah, he could possibly at the end of the Paul Newman straight here. Here we go. He's close enough. But no cigar yet. Now, I think the best chance he's got is to really get good drive downhill coming into 7 and then just trying to pip him to the line. That's all he can do. I don't think he's close enough, though. Good race, though.
Oh, yeah. Never count out anything with these Miata finishes, though.
Here we go, then. One corner to come. John Rodat takes a nice wide line, covers his bases, if you will. Here you go. That's the drive I was talking about. And here comes Daly for the win. If he's got the drive, he might just pip him. It's a drag race, and the thumbs out as they cross the line almost together. But it is going to be John Rodat ahead of Daly. Great fun. Great
yeah,
racing.
but man, at that last turn, Rodat got a little bit squiggly there, and I wonder if Daly had to just get off the throttle just a little bit,
maybe.
wanting to look for the spin. But what a great finish. You know, that started out to be what we thought would happen, and then just going off there, like anything with Lime Rock Park, always kind of makes for a different finish.
Yep, and I always love it when we have a good start to the day with a good bit of racing in SVRA, and despite the conditions, they put on a show. Never easy to race in the wet.
And I have to give it up for the fans. We do, even though the conditions were terrible just 30 minutes ago, we have a lot of fans here in the rain, in their ponchos and umbrellas up on the hill. So we love coming to Lime Rock Park for the Memorial Day Classic and just being with all these great fans here.
Yeah, and as we're hearing on the internet, and Keith Romano saying, yeah, you know, basically just one mistake is all it took. And in these conditions, you kind of almost got a guarantee to make some sort of error. It turned out to be pretty drastic for Daly, but he did a hell of a job. What was it, 5 seconds he started from behind and then got back on track, kept his cool, and went straight there to the, almost got him. So great start to the day. That was the coverage of our Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and 8. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Got underway, and as you can see, the rain was pouring down, but it actually got better. But the track conditions, not so much. Wipers were on, for those that had them. The Datsun didn't. But anyway, he pulled off quickly. But the battle was at the front between Daly and Rodat. And Rodat did a great job of leading once Daly went off. There was battles all the way through. There's the 16 of Scott Merrick. But Daly, one mistake was all it took, giving Rodat the lead. But in the final few laps, he caught right up. And in the final moments, it was almost a drag race to the line. Rodat wins then from Daly and Berger.
I love the thumbs up, though, and the camaraderie. And we got a little Misty Mountain hop there in the distance, but go through our...
Yeah, just confirmation. It was a Miata Fest at the front. Rodat, Daly, and Berger. Then the Mazdas, the RX-7s, were 4th and 5th with Ian Johnson and Scott Merrick. And then the Mazda Miata of Gregory Mindel. Actually, he DNF'd, and so too Sam Avery with no wipers. I think he found it a little tough. And that's how they finished here at Lime Rock. And my thanks to Ben Cecil. He'll be back again to join us. And we've got a few special guests today. And don't forget, our feature race coming up, the Trans Am race. We'll take a short break here from Lime Rock Park and our Memorial Classic. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here from Lime Rock, and as you can see, things have brightened up dramatically since you last were with us. The sun is shining and it's starting to dry out. You can see as we look down the Samposi Strait that we've definitely got a drying line as we get ready for our next coverage from the Speed Tour, and that will be Groups 5A, 7, 9, and 11. Great to see so many fans. The beauty of Lime Rock is these guys are the stalwarts. They come out every year. This is a big 3-day weekend, and they get out and they get their tents out, get the family out, get the picnics out, and it's all dashed good fun, as we would say. So let's head down, talking of fun, because Ben Sissel is amongst it, and even though it's a small group, he will pulling us up to date on everything with Groups 5A, 7, 9, and 11.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Memorial Day Classic. This is the Group 5, 7, 9, and 11. And right now, all we have here is Robert Albani in his Group 9 Mazda Pro Formula Elan. Beautiful car. It sounded great coming in here. But, Robert, you were saying if you're the only one, you're just going to do a few laps. But then we've got Eddie Claridge in that Formula 5000 that said he's coming to grid. So what's your plan if it's a Group 9 battle?
Well, if it's a Formula 5000, then I got a race on my hand. But, yeah, I mean, you know, I always like to race in a good group of cars. This way it's fun. I mean, I'll treat it as a test session if the only two of us are out there.
Nice. All right, well, thank you so much for coming out. So you can see, you know, it's kind of, the weather is clearing. We're not sure what's happening. That we just had a group out there with the Formula Regional Promotions. There is a dry line going out there, but Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, and we'll see if more competitors come down to the grid.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And just to explain, obviously, given, unless you've been living under a rock, there's been some massive weather around the country. Sadly, 19 lives have been lost over the weekend from Texas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, and it's swept across, and it's dissipated a little bit, but it's found us here on the East Coast early morning, and we're expecting more rain, but it's going to be on and off for the rest of the day. But as you can see, we are set fair at the moment anyway, and we're just hoping that more cars will come out for this group race. There was only 5 originally left to do it anyway, but like he says, if he does get out against the 5,000, which he is going to be hard powered against, I think that's the Theodore, or we've got some, well, we were going to have some Chevron B21s and a Chevron B16. And you saw the Pro Mazda there, and we were going to see a TY02 Eddie Claridge. We'll see if he makes it out to the grid. Beautiful part of the world, though, here in Connecticut. You're right on the New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts border. And it's been a tradition, as we say, the Memorial Weekend Classic here to kick off the summer season of racing here in the Northeast. And some great tracks around here. We'll be going to Watkins Glen. We'll also be going to Mid-Ohio and Road America. All household names when it comes to racing in this part of the world. And also, we're going to take Trans Am to Canada later this year. So lots going on in the Pirelli Holdings situation. There's the car park, plenty of RVs. A lot of people choosing the RVs to park up and get a nice spot looking down the Cube 3 Architecture West Bend area right at the back there. I hadn't realized until I went out there last year just how many people there are kind of dotted around in the woods. So always fun. And yeah, a lot of people, Keith Romano saying what a beautiful track. It really is. It's a great place to go racing. And like I said, you look at a track map and it looks relatively simple, but the hard part of Lime Rock is the fact that it is narrow. There is grass to either side, like Mid-Ohio, so you've got to be careful not to put a wheel on it, especially in the wet like this, especially when you've got all that power. Every car out there this weekend has got too much power for the conditions, I would argue, but I think it will improve as the day goes on. And don't forget our feature race, the TA and SGT, XGT, and GT race coming up very soon. They're round 4. They didn't go to Worldwide Technology, so And some great stories in there too. Surprise pole and different winners in each and every one of the races so far. But this is the home of the Dyson dynasty. So we're looking forward to seeing what Chris Dyson can do. Ben's still down there. Ben, what's going on? What's the latest?
All right, well, thanks, Jonathan. And you are going to love this, Jonathan, because this car right here was created in 1982 to be a Formula One car driven by the likes of Tommy Byrne, who we've seen with us at some of these races. And then Eddie Claridge has owned this since he told me, hold on, I've got these good notes. Let me get this right, because it's such a cool car. It was here with us last year. He has owned it since '88 and put it back to the Formula 5000 configuration. But you got to look at these huge stacks with the fuel injectors coming through. Unbelievable car. This thing has got so much power. So even if only these two cars show up, we should have a good one. But this is a Theodore F1 driven by Teddy Yip. Actually designed by Teddy Yip and the team in 1982. Derek Daly, Tommy Byrne drove it. Then it showed up for Indy in 1983 with Al Unser Sr., but Al didn't end up driving it in the Indy 500. And then it was configured to single-seat Can-Am car. And then when Eddie owned it since 1988, he's converted it to a Formula 5000. So we've got these two cars here at least. I'm going to come up to you in the booth, so back to you, Jonathan, but you're going to love this former F1 car.
Yeah, I do already. And, of course, I have a huge affinity for Teddy Yip and the Theodore Racing team because they were based and from Macau. And I spent some 30 years of my racing learning at the Macau Grand Prix, held once a year in November, the third week of November, and I was based at Star TV in Hong Kong and got to know the history of Teddy Yip. His grandson now continues the name of Theodore Racing in the lower formula, but the Theodore Racing cars are everywhere around the world. I've seen them in New Zealand, I've seen them in Australia, and obviously here in the States. And as you say, they made their way, despite the fact that they hailed from Macau, just by Hong Kong, in the Far East. Teddy Yip became a household name and one of the greats, and the likes of Senna and Daly and many others have all driven his cars over the years. And so it's a great tradition, Theodore Racing. So look out for them and look them up. Look them up on Wikipedia. It's a great history. Teddy Yip has been a trailblazer over the years of Asian motorsport, which is now very robust indeed. You only have to look at the Formula One calendar to see how many races held in Asia, and the Theodore Racing name continues. Long may it continue too. Yes, a Formula One car and a Formula 5000 and converted to Can-Am. So this is going to be a bit of a test session, but that's okay because it's all good fun and the conditions actually pretty set fair now. And we've got the pace car, which is a beautiful McLaren. I took a closer look at that earlier in the weekend, and I reckon he could give them a run for his money in that pace car. So it's a little bit depleted, but you've got to say that when you looked at the weather last night, a lot of people kind of got a bit shy. Obviously, historic race, and the last thing you want to do is risk the machinery and have a poor day stuck in a gravel trap or stuck in a fence somewhere. I think you'd rather stay out of the rain and wait for the sun to come out. In fact, the conditions now are rather nice. So going around what we're calling the Mission Foods Big Bend Complex, which leads then to the Paul Newman Straight. And yes, it is the same Paul Newman. For those of you who aren't racing aficionados, Paul Newman was a very handy SCCA national champion 4 times over. And there's a painting of him in his famous Datsun on the wall in the media center. And Paul Newman cut his teeth here at Lime Rock. He used to love coming here. The beauty for Paul Newman was he was a very good-looking actor and obviously a very famous one. Every film that he's ever been in, everybody knows about Paul Newman, and everybody's got the salad dressing, but not a lot is known about his racing exploits. But he was very well respected and loved the idea of just being one of the boys in racing. And he made a comment which I thought was really good, which is in acting, you know, it's easy to perform well or put on a show, but in motor racing, he said, you are judged on the clock, and if you're good, the clock will tell you. If you're bad, the clock will tell you. So he just loved the purity of racing, and I think that's a good comment about why people love this sport so much. All right, Ben, we're away.
There's our green flag, and like we would expect, that Theodore with that huge American V8 pulls out front there. But watch out for this Formula Mazda, too, because Robert Albani in that Mazda Pro Formula Elan, you know, he's a little bit more nimble. So now the track comes to him in the up until we get through that Cube 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I think when we come down the hill under the bridge, I think then the 5,000 stroke Formula One will stretch its legs. But like they say, you know, it's still a little bit dodgy out there, as we say. But I can see, you know, there's really just a few wet patches that there's no real sitting water anymore, which is, I'm glad to say. Now, here's the part I'm talking about. As they dive right here and downhill, down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill, this is where the 5,000 should show its menace. And, we'll see. They're sticking pretty close together at the moment as they come down the San Posi Straight.
This could be a Group 9 handling versus horsepower. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that Theodore there of Eddie Claridge in front, you can see him ducking out and looking in his mirrors. Man, that has got to be a beast to handle around here. And he's probably, you know, short straightaways that doesn't give that car a huge advantage. So this could be pretty equally yoked.
Yeah.
That Mazda's going to be a little bit more nimble, but that Theodore there of Eddie Claridge, that's a pretty big, wide car. And if you look at it, the driver is way up front in the car, almost over the front axles, and then the rest of it is just engine transmission.
Yeah, he's almost got too much power for a racetrack like this because there's just no straights. You can see the Mazdas are just getting almost alongside as they dive again downhill, and this is where the advantage will be played out. You said Derek Daly drove this car?
Yeah, and you know, just a very difficult track to pass. Yeah, Derek Daly and Tommy Byrne. And Tommy Byrne, you know, we have him with us in the IGT FR-F4 paddocks with us all the time. So it's really cool. A neat era of Formula One, but he's got it configured for Formula 5000, but it also ran in Can-Am single-seaters.
Yep. Well, Derek Daly, that's why I asked. You've got to give a shout-out to Derek and his son Connor, because Connor put on a show last night at the 500. A one-off for Dale Coyne Racing, but boy, did he led more laps than I ever thought he would in a one-off race like that, and he put on a great show and finished in style, too. So well done, Connor. Great commentator as well. I worked with him recently at the Formula One in Vegas. Just a nice guy and great on Twitter. Look him up on Twitch, Twitter, and on social media. He's very prevalent, does a lot of sim racing, has a podcast as well, and he is a chip off the old block, just like his dad. Derek?
But look at this. Now we're getting to the point where Eddie Claridge's tires should have some heat in them. There is a dry racing line, but just like you said, like, watch this. So he can gap. He's got that American muscle power coming through. But then Albani, he has now basically the advantage till the top of the hill. Then there's a little bit of a straight. So can Albani get around him? I know, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two cars because of the weather. And, you know, that doesn't seem like it's going to be that exciting. But right now we might have a very exciting race. And sometimes we've seen some just real small class cars make for a very exciting race. So who do you have your money on? Leave us a comment. The red car or the white car, handling versus horsepower. Who's going to take it here at Lime Rock Park?
I know, it's good, isn't it? You can see him working the car and using those very primordial mirrors, if at all. But has he got mirrors on there? I think they're in the bodywork, aren't they? Yep. Yeah, they certainly are on the second car. But yeah, this is turning out, and they're turning the wick up for sure, knocking down the laps. They're now in the 55s, and they're both on the same identical pace. But you can see that for yourself. No difference between the pair of them. They're having fun out there.
Oh yeah, and Robert Albani, he's been in the DRS zone the whole race, so we're going to see. But look at the
no
air.
DRS.
And, no DRS in this. I'm kidding. But I mean, he's been right behind him. But look at the air that white car, the Theodore, would put out in front of that Mazda. But that Mazda's able to duck in right behind him. So you would think that he might get caught up in that wash, but maybe not.
Well, this is actually good for those who are about to go out in Trans Am and in more of the Group SVRA races, because then they can now see that the track is perfectly dry, perfectly clean, and we're ready for some decent times now. And down the hill they come again. And
both cars getting faster.
Yeah, they are. Well, like I said, last time out they did 55s, And now we're down to the 54s, 54.7 that time by Claridge. And you can see as they go down the Posey Straight, just the gap he's now starting to create. But watch the Mazda catch up in this part here in the Mission Foods complex.
Yeah, gets right up behind him on the left-hander. That's what this turn is called because it is the one left-hander in the whole circuit.
Yeah, it's important to remember that, too, when you're trying to get your tires up to temperature. Just the one left-hander.
This is interesting because
he's not losing him, is he?
It is just two Group 9 cars, but in totally different ways.
Yeah, while we've got a chance, because a lot of people are interested on the internet, how do you go about putting the groups together? Because that's quite a skill. I was reading sort of how the 5, 7, and 9, it's mostly sports cars.
Yeah.
But, and it does involve, obviously, the single-seaters as well.
Yeah, so Group 9 is single-seater, wings and slicks, open wheel cars. So like we've got Indy Lights cars, we've got Pro Formula Mazdas, we have Formula 1, Formula Atlantic, Formula 2, Formula 3 would be in this. So it's just Formula 4 cars would be considered this. It's just anything that has wings and slicks and is open wheel, that is Group 9. So even though, and then they're in different classes. So the red car, the Pro Mazda, is a 9F3, and then Eddie Claridge is a 9FA5, and I don't know what that FA5 is, but I'm sure some of our commenters.
Well, the gambling has begun. Michael Esposito has said he's plumping for the red. So he's all in on red. Who's going to go all in on white? We're about to roll the wheel. Cross the line they come.
And I have a question of why just two cars. Well, there were 7 or 8 cars expected in this group, but because of the weather, I think they've kind of opted out and are going to wait around. A lot of people thought we
wouldn't be able to get out there today, didn't they? Yeah. It's just the way it is, folks. We've had some massive weather, tornadoes, thunderstorms, and heavy weather right across, across the whole Midwest, but now heading out towards Connecticut, New York, etc. We haven't got the worst of it. It happened yesterday, most of it, and then hence the 500 was delayed. And even Charlotte got some heavy weather at the 600. Shout out to Kyle Larson, though. Great job done doing both races. He didn't actually get to take part, but he got in the car in the final stages, but wasn't classified. Doesn't matter. Justin Allgaier did a hell of a job for him. Right, another lap completed. Down the Posey Straight they come. A nip and tuck between these two, and he's just waited and bided his time, and I'm wondering now if he's going to choose to make a move or not, but he's actually, it's interesting there, as they approach their 8th lap again, they're now in the 53s, but they're identical in lap time.
Yeah. And most people that I'm seeing from the commenters are saying Albani has the advantage. Even though he's behind, everybody's saying Albani's going to make a move somewhere and make it work, or they're waiting for Claridge to maybe make a mistake.
Good point, yeah. I think if you're in this position, you just kind of tick down the laps until the right opportunity comes. It's harder to lead, I think, when with a more powerful car behind you, because he's got that ability to just jink out, whereas here you're kind of in control watching him and, like you say, almost trying to push him into a mistake. Tucks up behind again, gets a nice little slipstream. The obvious place for an overtake, if you don't know Lime Rock, is at turn 1 here. And
that'll be tough, though, because of the horsepower of the Theodore. I think he's going to have to do something in one of the twisty bits and make kind of a low probability move, or maybe at the bottom of the downhill. Because he's got so much power, he's going to be able to take him on the west bend through the Paul Newman straight. You can see he's going out from him. So basically, Albani, the red car, is basically going to have to take him in one of the turns, I think, where he has the strength.
Yeah, I just think that if he's going to do it, he's going to have to wind himself up as they go up the hill and be literally nose to tail as they come through here. Like now, he's not close enough. Okay, they're dropping the times, though. Fastest lap from Claridge this time. So each and every lap, they're just incrementally increasing the lap time. And as you can see, they're losing a little bit here in the faster section. This is where he usually catches up, though. But he's going to lose time down the Paul Newman straight again. And now, finally, Claridge has got a little bit of a breathing space of almost a second now on the chasing number 41 of Robert Albani. And as he said to you, I'll just use it as a test session if it's the 5,000, and that's how he sees it. So it's not as though he's going hell-bent for leather to try and overtake him. He's enjoying it. The car's clean.
Yeah, but with the mixed class that they would normally be in with these cars, they'd be catching up to some of these Group 7 cars by now. But right now, they get to have an actual head-to-head. So there's times that these drivers might get out and have just had the time of their lives, even though there's just 2 cars out there. But because they are so differently but equally yoked, they should be having a lot of fun out there. You can see Claridge checking his mirrors every time.
Yeah, and I think the guys on the internet are watching that too. The white car reminds him of a Lotus, says Alpha Draco. Yeah, I get that. Went to the Lotus factory. I grew up in Suffolk, and of course, the original Lotus factory was in Caterham. Kettering. Whoa, here we go. Just in Norfolk, so I used to go down there and see the launches of the Lotus F1 cars.
So Albani's finding something.
Yeah, he's kind of put. You can see him physically making a plan, can't you?
Where's he going to do it, folks? Leave us some comments. Where is he going to do it?
I've got my idea on it.
I think it's going to be going into West Bend.
I think he's going to try exactly what I was thinking.
Up the uphill and try to do something in West Bend. I think he was kind of seeing if that was possible on the last. He's kind of staying back a little bit, and now he's going to try to maybe get up enough speed.
Yeah, what he needs to do is get good drive on the exit of this complex here. See, look, get a little sideways there, but he knows now. Look, see how much he's pushing on now down the Newman Straight, and this is where he has the advantage to a certain extent is after this part here. So using the grunt of the Theodore, but now here comes the Formula Elan Mazda, the Pro Mazda car. Look, right, nose to tail now, and that's as close as he gets before the Theodore stretches his legs. So he just needs to try to get past before this.
That's a different line on the exit
of
the downhill that the Theodore took there. He's not using all of the track because I don't know. You can see where those mirrors are on the Theodore in the bodywork.
Yeah, they are, aren't
he
they?
Can see over his engine. I'm not sure he can see real well over his rear wheels, and that little Pro Mazda can basically be behind those huge rear wheels. So I'm not sure he's seeing them. So I think he was almost giving him space, like just in case he's there.
Yeah, well, Keith Romano is on the case. He should be in the booth with us because he says he has to do it at the West Bend to try and take the line away for the final straight, and he has to slide down Claridge and pull off to the finish line. I agree. That's exactly what it is. And from the drone, you can see how this little battle of these two is shaping up. Now they come up the hill. Car goes light. Now they come down the hill. And again, just not close enough this time. He's done a good job of staying with the more powerful Theodore. But the clock ticking down, and he's running out of chances now. Takes a slightly tighter line through Mission Foods.
Yeah, you can see how much more nimble
Yeah.
Albani's car is. Look at him right behind him now. I mean, that was a big gap going into Mission Foods turn one, but now he's really closed that gap. I think Albani's just trying to figure out where in the world he's going to get him. That is a really wide car. This is so interesting to watch.
Well, and like I said, you can see those mirrors now. You can see them inside the bodywork, but I can't believe he can see much, especially with that. Look, he had to lean down to have a look, didn't he? Great stuff. Well, he knows where he's coming, that's for sure. That was the first time we've really seen him lean to the right to look in the mirrors to see where the opponent was. So that's the best place for him to get a view of it. Does the same again down the Posey Straight. Great to have Sam Posey here yesterday. Local man, and Skip Barber was telling me, I interviewed Skip a couple of weeks ago, he was telling me that Sam lives about 3 doors away. So it's these two legends of the sport right here up in Lime Rock. It's great to have.
And when John Fitch was still alive, he lived right here too, another legend that raced in Le Mans and raced everything back in the day. So it's really cool, just this little area here with Paul Newman and everybody else. Jerry Seinfeld, it's created a lot of race car drivers.
Yeah, and just a shout out, we've been celebrating the year of Skip, 2024, and just remember, since 1975, Skip Barber has been giving top-class racing drivers and also amateurs like me and you, Ben, a chance to learn the rudiments of racing. And just a nice note, the man who got back-to-back 500 titles last night, Joseph Newgarden, cut his teeth right here in the Skip Barber School. So he owes quite a lot to Skip Barber, as does Montoya, Marco Andretti, and many, many others.
Yeah. So I have a question. What happens if they wreck each other? Well, technically, whoever went across the start-finish
goes back a lap,
line,
right? Yeah.
That's who wins it. Yeah, because we have to go by the scoring.
Yeah, so you have to, in order to get a result with both cars going out, you would go back to the previous completed lap, and that would be, at the moment, Claridge.
Or if one could limp over the line under the car's own power. They cannot physically get out and push the car over.
Yeah, he's winding himself up. He's just had another look there, but this is his best hope. But I can't see it personally, because even if he does do the overtake, Claridge should get the run to the line. But it depends whether he's got the red and yellow Mazda in his way. See, you can see the grunt of the Theodore down the straight, and then under braking, the Mazda's just a little bit more nimble, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. And so now in this section, the Theodore's a little bit more clumsy. You know, that's just a lot of weight in that engine and transmission there over those rear wheels. And the Mazda just is a much more well-balanced Formula car. Formula 5000, really, one of those, and Can-Am, one of those classes that shouldn't have been. You know, it was basically like, how big of an engine? Oh, here we go, here we go.
He's popping out every time now. And he's almost just kind of doing a dress rehearsal. But like he said, he's not worried. He's viewing this as a test session. So, and I know a lot of people are saying, hey, only 2 cars. But come on, guys, we can't change the weather. And, you know, a lot of people obviously this is historic racing, guys. You don't want to risk your equipment.
This is amazing. I don't care what they say. This is really cool
good racing.
Yeah.
It is good racing.
And they're going at it and giving 100%. And you can see the differences. But I was talking about Formula 5000 and Can-Am. It's basically how light can you make a car with a huge, heavy 5-liter engine behind you with all the grunt. And they were getting up to like 1,000 horsepower near the end. And then they were making the cars lighter. So basically sometimes the frames, the wings, the front ends would just break under the weight and the G-forces of the cars, because back then they really didn't have a great way to test them.
Here we go. Oh, we thought about it again. Now, if you're wondering, the clock is ticking down. We've got 4 minutes to go, so maybe a couple of laps. We'll see where the white flag comes out. Not this time, so we've still got a couple of laps to go.
So I am going to leave here in a little bit and do a grid walk for the next group. We've got Jen Carpata coming up here to help
she's already
with
been
the commentary, so it should be really fun. But I'm seeing from the comments, like Keith Romano, he's saying this is great fun. I'm having a blast watching this, and I kind of don't want to leave to go do the grid walk because I want to see what happens. But I'll be leaving here in just a little bit.
You can stay for the last, as they get to the checkers, surely. Yeah, Romano saying, Albani just doing a great job of just taking a 10th.
No, Albani, you can see he got a little bit of right input over there because the cars do get really light, but he's still ducked right behind there. This is really fun.
All right. Now this, well, they haven't got the white flag yet. No, it's still, there's still 3:47, so they've got time. This is good. Well, this has been nip and tuck the whole time, and they haven't left each other, and it is a classic example of David and Goliath to a certain extent, and the Goliath being the grunt of the Formula 1 stroke 5000 stroke single-seater Can-Am car. So it's had plenty of iterations since the early 80s. And the Mazda Pro just squirreling it, trying to get as much grunt as possible down the Newman Straight. They don't use that little chicane you see there. And then they dive down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill under the bridge where Tommy Dreesy in TA crashed a few years ago. Looking forward to seeing Trans Am in action. Yeah, nice drive out of the last corner then. Now let's see how close he can get to him as they cross the line and head into turn 1 again, the Mission Foods Big Bend. Albani right there with him. This is where he closes up in this left-hander, and as they exit this complex, it's as close as he gets, and then he just loses out a bit. Just needs to tuck himself in a little bit closer here. There was sitting water here this morning at about 8 o'clock. Glad that's gone. We had a downpour about 9, and then it just got heavier. But I'm glad to say there's still rain in the area, but we're dry for now. Down the hill they come, and it's a lot steeper than it is on television, I can assure you. Television doesn't really give it its true identity in terms of how steep that hill down under the bridge is. Now, this is about the biggest gap he's got, 0.9 now, so he's kind of stretching his legs here in the last couple of minutes. We should see the white flag this time round. Of course, the circuit itself, one of the smallest on the calendar at just under 1.5 miles long. But given it was opened in 1957, Trans Am came here in their second year, 67, and we've been coming to this Memorial Weekend Classic for, well, many a year. Not every year, but certainly had a long history of coming here. And of course, with Chris Dyson and Bob Dyson based here at Lime Rock from this part of the world, this is where Chris Dyson learned to drive his single-seater. Started off with Skip Barber and then obviously has become a multiple ALMS and IMSA champion, as well as a multiple Trans Am champion. So the checkered flag awaits then, and it's been Claridge all the way. And as we heard from Robert Albani at the beginning with Ben, you know, with just two cars, it's a test session, but it's a fun test session. I think they've both enjoyed it. And it's been fun to see the difference between the two of them. A quick look in the mirrors for the last time, and he's got this. Just needs to stroke it home now. Don't make any mistakes. Head out of 7. Take your time. Last look at the mirrors. And a nice display of single-seater racing. Well, he got close. There you go. Tucks himself up behind, but it's not going to be enough as the Theodore stretches its legs, takes the checkered flag, and that is the finish of our Group 5A, 7, 9, 11. Not many, I'm afraid, just a couple of them, but hey, they got out there and put on a show, and that's all that we care. So well done to Eddie Claridge in the Theodore TY02, if you were wondering. And Robert Albani in the Master Pro Formula Elan. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel as we get ready for our next group action coming up very soon. Ben, over to you.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. What a race. 2 cars out there, and that was so much fun to watch. But now we have something totally different, like Monty Python says. We've got groups 6, 10, and 12. Now, a lot of the Porsche Cup cars were with International GT. Looks like they haven't quite shown up for grid yet. But check this out. DJ Jans is here in this Bobby Archer TA Trans Am car, just as the Archer brothers would have raced it. And the cool thing about this, DJ, former owner of the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli, and we owe him a ton of gratitude. Also, the brainchild behind the Young Guns category in our TA2, bringing new young racers here. But he's having an absolute blast here in this Bobby Archer Goodyear Shell Zone car in the livery that Bobby Archer would have run it in TA in kind of that second heyday of Trans Am back in that Tommy Kendall, Boris said, Dorsey Schrader era. And then we come back here to another GT1 TA car. This is Glenn Every in this beautiful kind of SpeedTour blue Chevy Camaro from around the same era as that car of DJ Jans. Then the number 39, Martin Hosick. And look at this, just a beautiful Corvette, black race car Z06. Almost a street car with a roll cage on it, so just an unbelievable, beautiful car here with him. And then we go to this is the number 85.
85. That marker number is 85. That's my age.
Oh, look at that. The number 85, also his age. How cool is that? Jim Scott here in this beautiful red and white, the Porsche colors. Just such a cool car. Great to have him here. That is the other Group 12 car. And then our first Group 6. Check this out. These beautiful Donovan cars. This is actually Jack Bush, always really fast here, but these E-Type Jaguars, so much fun to see. Built by Donovan. We've got another Donovan Jag right back here. This is a little bit racier than that car here. You can see that, the number 62. But some absolutely beautiful cars. They're still coming to grid, but we've got Group 12, Group 10, Group 6 out here at the Memorial Day Classic. But I got to talk to you because, Donovan, you guys build the prettiest cars, the coolest Jaguars, but not just race cars. That XK140 looked like a Pebble Beach winning show car.
That's a pretty car, very beautiful, elegant car that we had the honor to do for Tony Pirelli, and we're proud of it.
I love it. Well, Jonathan, we've got some great cars coming up. Hopefully Jen Kirpata's up there. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben, and also great to talk a little bit about the Donovan Motorsports in Massachusetts, because they are one of the big names of historic preparation and putting European classics like those Jaguars together, and they've been a long-time partner here at Lime Rock each and every year. They always bring a bunch of good cars, and they are absolutely replete. They are so beautifully put together. So if you are in this part of the region, Donovan cars is what you look for. There's Patrick Shea in the Porsche Cayman GT4, beautifully prepared. So we've got quite a eclectic group of cars here, and a good strong field, I may add, of over 26 cars involved. So we go from 2 to 26. So for the naysayers who didn't see enough last time out, we got plenty for you this time. Look at this. Car number 30. And that's Travis Washeye in the GTI Volkswagen. So like I said, you've got a really interesting group here. And this is a combination of Group 6, Group 10, and Group 12. And conditions now, kind of perfect to be honest. The wind has dropped. Track has dried out. It's warming up nicely, and you can see from this shot, Lime Rock looking set fair. Don't forget, Trans Am, our feature race of the day, coming up very soon. We'll see the likes of Andretti and Dyson, the local favourite, and quite a lot of local interest here. Michael Sire, who is a regular and from this part of the world, will also be taking part, and that will be a combination. Our TA race kind of harps back to our roots, which of course go back to 1966, where it was effectively a sedan championship Trans Am. And so we have both the TA, which is the tubular frame stock car look silhouette. We have then the, like I said, harping back to the original productions. We have XGT, SGT, Super GT that is, and GT. So we're looking forward to the different categories, and they're all fighting hard for points. But out they come, and a good strong field. I'm glad not everybody went home. And we've got Porsches versus Jaguars versus Muscle American. Don't forget, Mustang will be launching their new GTA D at Le Mans before they kind of do a whistle-stop tour around Europe. So the latest Mustang will take on the mighty Le Mans, and that's a brave move by Jim Farley. And Jim Farley, of course, the CEO of Ford, and a racer himself. He takes part in SVRA of a weekend. And so you can't get a better guy who hits the shop floor on a Monday, having got out of some sort of Ford of a weekend, because he knows what he's talking about, because he's been there, done that, and he likes to race his own product. And it's always a good sign. The McLaren leads them round, and I think these muscle cars at the front are going to take off. We've got a Camaro, we've got a Corvette, a Z06, we've got that Mustang, a Riley Scott Mustang, David Jans in that one. And of course they've got the muscle, but as we saw in the last race, you know, muscle's not everything around here. There's not a lot of places to use it, except that Sam Posey straight. By the time you come and the car gets light over that little hill here, you're turning right again. So, and that's that fastest right-hander as we're starting to get a
Look at
line
this group
astern.
of cars.
It's great, isn't it?
Yes. No, this has been so much fun.
Come on, here we go. They are getting ready to go racing. The McLaren will jink to the left or his right and leave our competitors for the first time. Their feature race for 6, 10, and 12, and away they go. And it's a good, clean start, but let's see if they all shuffle through turn 1. Porsche versus Jaguar versus Mustang.
Now watch out for Jack Bush in that Jaguar E-Type. Really good driver. This is their home track. Donovan's from just down the street. That is DJ Jans out there in the front. And then I believe that's Glenn Every in that blue Chevy Camaro, followed by what looked like, to me, almost a street Corvette with a roll cage in it of Martin Hosick.
Yeah, I'm glad you emphasized and talked to Brian because from Donovan, they've been a huge factor. I was just saying while you were coming up here that, you know, they always prepare those cars so well, and it's a sight to see to go down to their garage, isn't it?
Now, what is that VW? Is that
It's
VW?
just a GT,
is that
yeah.
a front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive?
Yeah, I think it's a front-wheel drive, just Volkswagen, yeah.
So he was probably wishing for the rain a little bit earlier. But look at that, Jack Bush getting a little bit squirrely there on that downhill.
Yeah, it's a GTI, Travis Washay, as you said. Yeah, it's a classic boy racer car, as we say in England. Through goes that Corvette you were mentioning, the 39. And where is he? I'm just looking at, still third at the moment. There you are, Hosek in third, but it's Jans, Every, and Hosek. Scott Bush, then Kurasoli in 6th. Ziza Washay, the man we were talking about in that black Corvette, in 8th. Lombardo 9th, and Tassila in 10th.
And watch out for Ziza in that car, the yellow Corvette there, right behind that Volkswagen. He's been running here a long time. That's a very fast car here. But, man, I'm loving that VW out there. And, you know, if he's
Looks as though it
almost
should be
coming
the
to grid,
Nürburgring, right?
waiting for a little bit more moisture on the track because he's out there kind of outclassed with some of this American muscle, but doing a very good job.
Of course, Josh Hurley was here this weekend. He is a big proponent of the Volkswagen races. Did some TDIs and did some cut his teeth doing that.
We're seeing there that white Mustang with his 2 stripes, the more modern one. That's Rene Tursilla, who is currently leading our Group 12 championship. I just had to deliver him 3 new gold medals from Mid-Ohio because we didn't have them there, and he is doing really well with Griffin Motorsports in our Group 12 championship, and then Billy Griffin, who's won our GT championship in Trans Am the last couple of years, and then the 67 there of Chris Boutillier. He has told me that it is Boutillier.
Okay.
We always call him Boutillier, but it's
Boutillier.
Boutillier. He likes the more American pronunciation.
Well, hell
That's
yeah, Boutillier.
The Ford Boss 302S, but look at this. He's 85 years old, driving that number 85. That is Jim Scott in the Porsche 911.
Well, we're getting asked what year is that GTI, and answers on a postcard, but we can put a guess on it. I would say mid-80s.
No, I'd say that's a modern 2000s.
Yeah.
2000 is, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody in our comment section knows. We have limited information on our sheets here. I wish we did have that information, but there's the 03. Oh, you got to help me with this. Maurizio Sarasoli?
Sarasoli, sì.
And the Porsche 911. But look at that, Jack Bush right up behind that Porsche. And, you know, even though the number 85 there has that big wing of Jim Scott, and that's truly a Group 12 car, these Jaguar E-Types and the Porsche 911s from that era, they have really good battles here at Lime Rock, kind of an equally yoked track. And then you can see these 2 Mustangs here of Rene Tursilla and Victor Corda in the other white 302.
Yeah, I'm getting lots of laughs on my 80s comment because I just remember the 80s for those GTIs. That's when they were popular when I was growing up. But, yeah, it's a little bit more modern than that. They're saying it looks like a Mark 6. There you go.
Nice.
So there's the Martini colors.
I love having all these experts out here. And, yeah, that you're talking about the Martini. That's Todd Pajonas.
Yep. He was out yesterday, wasn't he?
911 with the 808 and Heartbreak. There it is. I love that livery of that Porsche, the 808.
So we got little pockets of racing now as the field spreads out. No change at the front. In fact, Jans has taken it to, 6 seconds now
But this is such a mixed field. So we've got a front-wheel drive Volkswagen out there. Then you've got a rear-engine, rear-wheel drive, air-cooled Porsche. Then you've got some front-engine, rear-wheel drive, way too much American muscle. Then you've got that Jaguar there that's kind of somewhere in between. I think that's a 3.8-liter Jaguar. So it's just so pretty to see. But that Volkswagen, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? He's ducking out there. He's having some fun. And then Ray Zisa right behind him. But look at that. The Volkswagen's coming out. Jack Bush looking to the inside. Now, this is Jack's home track. Like I said, he's very, very fast here, trying his best to get around that Porsche, which he's doing right here around the left-hander, Jonathan. Sorry, we've got some people shouting in our ears right now. We will adjust that. But Jack Bush making the pass over there, and look for him to try to get up to the front.
Field spreading out dramatically now. These, well, we started with 26 at the beginning of the weekend. We're down to 15, but not a bad showing, to be honest, given that so many people have. So
that's Travis Wache in that Volkswagen GTI. Beautiful colors on that too. Now, that is very power 70s, early 80s colors on there.
Why
so I can understand that. Yeah.
Hey, I'm making no excuses for my idiocy. Don't worry.
And then that should be the number 63. No, the 62 Jag. Yeah. So that's John Ogle.
I love that car.
Beautiful E-Type Jaguar.
Yeah, it's not often you see a Porsche versus a production Volkswagen going head to head, is it?
Yeah. And that's Tim Bowder there in that red Mustang 302. But look at the lines of that. I love the body lines of an E-Type with that hard top, that Lamar looking hard top there.
Yeah, beautiful. And you know, it wasn't until I started following SVRA did I realize just how popular Jaguars were in historic and in the day, in the mid-50s and early 60s. Jaguars were really top of the class.
In a way, I almost fel like they kind of lost their way, and they found a market with like the doctors and lawyers.
Yeah.
But, you know, for a while, they were the bane in Ferrari's existence in sports car racing. It was basically Jaguar versus Ferrari and Aston Martin back in the early 50s, late 40s. And, you know, like in the late 40s with the XK120, they were the fastest cars. And then I know Enzo Ferrari, you know, regrettably said that the E-Type he thought was the most beautiful car made.
Yep. Well, that was the frustration. Everybody was sitting in their garages in America, you know, coming off the tradition of sort of, you know, drag racing and getting as much power for the quarter mile as possible. But that doesn't work at Thunder Hill.
No.
Or Riverside, or wherever they might have been. On Lime Rock.
So that's DJ Jans there, overall leader, which he should be in that car, making Bobby and Tommy Archer, the Archer brothers, proud. And I love that he put that car back into the livery as they would have raced it back in that day. And that's kind of my era of Trans Am. That's what I grew up watching. The Nashville Network used to air the Trans Am races before the NASCAR races, and Mike Joy, who I still consider to be one of the best commentators ever, was the commentator.
An SVRA driver.
Yeah, he is an SVRA driver, but he was the commentator for the Trans Am back in that day. So it's really cool to see when he's at SVRA races. I'm just starstruck with him.
Yeah, nice guy.
So DJ Jans, and like I said, former owner of the Trans Am series, really kind of shepherded it to the Tony Pirelli era, and but also came up to me at Road America and said, hey, I've got this idea. We need to do something for new young drivers coming in. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do it. And I think he coined it the Young Guns, and off we went. And now here we are, basically because of that little conversation.
Yeah.
You never know where you're going to plant seeds. We basically have the feeder series to professional cup racing in the NASCAR series.
Looking at Glenn Avery in second place in the 74 in that Chevy Camaro, the all blue.
Love that car, too. It's not quite petty blue and not quite SpeedTour blue.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a shade between, but I love that.
It's not baby blue. It's not Gulf blue. Well, as expected, the field has spread dramatically out, some 50 seconds spreading across this entire field. But you can see the heat haze now as we look down the Posey Straight. Starting to warm up nicely, although I've just got to report that it's still raining pretty heavily in parts of Connecticut right now.
Yeah, and we had tornadoes pass through my area in Chelsea. Our grid chief, she had tornadoes come right through her town. Everybody's okay that she knows, but some really rough tornadoes last night. So there's Zisa there, Ray Zisa in the yellow Corvette, and then Renee Tercilla
just ahead,
having a great battle with Lombardo there in that Ronald Lombardo and that other Ford Mustang Boss 302.
Yeah, they're pretty evenly yoked, aren't they?
Yeah.
So 16 seconds the gap at the front, so he's controlling this nicely, but he's off into the distance. Avery's still second, Hosek still third, so no change at the front.
But
Bush still fourth, and Scott in fifth.
I love that 808 and Heartbreaks car. That is a great car.
That's another one you'd expect to see at the Nürburgring, isn't it?
Yeah. With the he's spinning.
Oh
no!
And that's very wet
no.
there. That
yeah,
could easily.
You could see he actually sped up into that. I'm not sure they're going to call that. That was a pretty hard impact, so I'm sure we're going to go to double yellow unless the driver can acknowledge to the corner workers he's okay. He's not technically necessarily in a high impact zone. He just kind of overcorrected and spun, but it looks like they're slowing down to a double yellow pace here.
Yeah, and I think they could clear him away fairly quickly. He may still be under his own power, but he just, like you say, as soon as he hit the grass, he took off.
I'm not seeing double yellows, but talk about commentator's curse. I just, talked about the Kanye West album 808 and Heartbreak, and he's having some heartbreak there into that tire wall. And then somebody saying that C4 of Ray Zisa is beating up on these newer Stangs, so they're loving that.
Good.
Yeah, we do. We've got a question here. We do have to update to modern safety features, and they're required to wear Hans devices, window nets, full roll cage, things like that, just to keep them safe. But other than that, the cars are generally supposed to race as they were run. But in the case of that, like Group 6 Porsche and the number 85 of Jim Scott, once he added that rear wing or did things that aren't period correct, then they move up to Group 12.
Okay, good knowledge.
And here is that 0, that BMW of Tim Hannon, 325i.
Yeah.
Is that an E36, E46? Which era of BMW? I think that's a 36.
So they have put the double yellow out. Just looking out of the window of the tower.
That's understandable. Abel Fox is saying, who is getting the black flag? I'm not sure.
I'm just checking that now myself. I read that, and somebody is. But I think the white flag is now coming out, so it's kind of going to be, white flag is out. So this is going to finish, I think, under caution. But we had a good run.
Yeah. So Bush made it all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, and Washai in that Corvette did a good job, up to 6th. So some good little battles and some good little movement. I like the system. They've got both the flags and then they've got the digital.
Yeah, the Flagtronics boards.
Flagtronic boards, yeah. And that, by the way, huge. Yeah, I mean, that's what some people need to realize. It is historic racing, but we use the Flagtronics system that we use, of course, in Trans Am.
They've already cleared the Porsche.
Yeah, I think he's got it going again.
And somebody just came down here into the grass. Not sure what's going on. It looks like that black Corvette, or was that the Aston Martin that came down into the grass?
Not sure.
The track has, I got to give it up for Greenwich. I forget the name of the dealership.
Greenwich Motors, is it?
I believe so, but they've provided the track with that beautiful McLaren, that beautiful Aston Martin. We got to talk about that 711 of Michael Jacobellis. We haven't seen that Porsche 911S.
Miller
beautiful
Motorsports.
Car. Oh, but the lights are going to come out. The lights are going to be out this time. Next time, he's saying, yeah. So we will go back to green. So the white flag was just meant for a slower car, I believe.
I'm with you.
Because they weren't waving the white flag. So there we go. We're going back to green, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's nice because they've stacked them all up. So the 16-second advantage that Jan's had, DJ, has gone. So, yeah, we're going to have one lap dash, I guess, or maybe a couple. But they're trying to get them all glued together as they come down the straight. So packing them all in and catching everybody up. They should, by the end of the Newman Straight, be all together. And then we can go racing again. Nice old Corvette there.
So I believe Todd Pajonas was able to go out in the 808 under his own power and just came in this first door here. And we appreciate that because, you know, if not, we might have been under double yellow for a few more laps.
You have to get a
but
truck
he's just kind of
don't you?
opening it up for some more racing. So we do appreciate that. Sorry for your luck. That really stinks. What a beautiful car. But it didn't look like you hit that hard, Todd, so hopefully you'll be able to get out for the afternoon race.
Yeah, exactly.
But if not, you can bring your cup car because he's been running a cup car here with us this weekend in International GT. Not sure what happened to our friend Jen Kerpata, but I think
she
must
told
be
me
doing
she
something.
did actually come up, introduce herself. So to be fair, she's a bit worried about the weather in the 93. She'd never run Lime Rock.
Yeah.
She's never run in the wet in Trans Am, so I kind of think she's got other things on her mind.
I can understand that.
Quite
we
rightly.
that.
She is from this part of the world, so she wants to go well. She has taken on Trans Am. I was looking at her record this morning. She's done a lot of different kinds of racing.
Yeah, and a very good driver. But, Jonathan, we're going back to green
we go.
here, so take it away.
So you'll see the McLaren jink to the left, his right, and we'll be racing again. And the green flag waves, and away we go. Now, who's going to make some positions up? Down the Posey Straight and into Mission Foods, turn one, big bend. And once again, Jens crosses across the line and takes the lead from the 78.
You know, that brought a smile on my face. I haven't heard you say, and the green flag's out and away we go. I've missed that.
Oh.
You know, that's just kind of your thing.
It is my thing.
And, you know, it brings a smile to my face. We haven't been able to do this here in a while, so it's I've missed you.
Yeah, I've been doing it a long time, that one. Even Crofty uses it, but I'm older than Crofty, so I'll claim it away.
So now we've got cars. That blue Camaro is in second place, but he's got a lot of lap traffic to contend with. Jack Bush in that Jaguar, but not the open cockpit Jaguar, is in fourth place, and then Hosick in that black Corvette is in third place. But then they're contending with a lot of lap traffic. So that Camaro is in second, and then we should see Hosick in that black Corvette Z06.
Ben, you'll appreciate this. Abel Fox says, this is a crazy, awesome, and completely random collection of cars. Yeah. And he's right.
Yeah, we've got some 60s cars, early 60s cars, and then super modern.
Penelope pit stop. Yeah, she could be out there right now. Take a pick. I think she'd be in one of those Jaguars, Penelope.
So I'm hearing that we've got the car 6-1. Oh, of Jack Bush. I haven't seen it, but I've heard that it hit the wall. But
it was the XKE that went around.
It was just in, so not this one.
Okay.
The open cockpit one.
Right.
So it must have hit at the downhill.
Yeah.
Because there's Hosick, so he should be in this group right here, and he is not.
Well, Jans has already extended his lead to 5 seconds. And
double
the rest
yellow.
of the field?
Double yellows again.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, I can see it now. They're all slowing him down. The marshals just waving down and saying, hey, slow it down. And, 4 minutes left in this one, so let's see if they get him cleared up. We'll either have a one-lap sprint or we'll finish under caution. It's pretty windy out there. The wind's starting to pick up again, and I've got a feeling that we may see some more rain before the day is out, because when you start to see the wind picking up, it usually tells you that something's coming.
Yeah, and it seems like these racetracks that we go to, Watkins Glen is like that, VIR is like that, Road America, Lime Rock, they have their own little microclimates. So back behind that McLaren, I don't know if we're going to get back to going. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's just give some credit to this Lime Rock crowd here. You can see a lot of the campers left because yesterday the weather was looking like it was going to be terrible.
Yeah, you wouldn't
today.
want to be in a tent out there right now, would you?
But the fact that all of these people stuck around to watch their homeboy.
Look at the water to the left there. I mean, I know that is a regular river, but you can see how it's spread out.
It's way bigger than normal. But
so,
a lot of people are here to see their friend and homeboy Chris Dyson to see if he can win 4 races in a row in TA.
When I arrived this morning and we were here early, the Dyson pit was packed.
Yeah.
So friends and family, I talked to Chris yesterday, and Dad, Rob, of course, who started the whole dynasty, runs the museum at Indianapolis, and he was worried about getting here because of the weather.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to try to show up and
he's
support
here.
the boys.
I just spoke to him
good.
outside. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I was bragging on his B sedan car. His Datsun 510 was racing with us under the tutelage of Richard Stewart Milne at Laguna Seca, and Richard got on the podium with us in that car, but it's back to the livery that Rob Dyson would have run it back in the day in B sedan. And Rob was, of course, very excited to hear that. Any drivers love to know that they're old cars because it's like an old love.
Now, if you're looking at the shame, so I am, as we see the finish, that building, which we're actually in at the moment, has been renamed this weekend. If you weren't with us yesterday, the great Skip Barber was honored with the name of the tower. So from here on in, it will be known as the Skip Barber Tower. And of course, 2024 is now the year of Skip, as they remember his somewhat 5 decades of both racing all the way to the top of Formula One and the school he started back in 1975 that so many people have taken part in.
I had him yesterday, and a question I've always wanted to ask him, I've heard it answered several different ways, but I love the Seinfeld show, the sitcom. And Jerry Seinfeld, big car person. I quote Seinfeld on here all the time. But for like 3 or 4 seasons, there was a Skip Barber sticker on Jerry Seinfeld's refrigerator in the show. You can see it so prominently.
That's so funny. I'm going to give you another story. David Jans then with DJ Jans with the win in the Mustang. The Chevy Camaro of Glenn Avery in second. Martin Hosek in third. Jim Scott. Travis Washai got up to fifth in the end. Ray Zizza in sixth. And then Cesaroli in seventh. Tassila eighth. Lombardo ninth. And Victor Corda in 10th. Yeah, funny you should say that. My business partners, we look further down, Shea, Bowder, Jacobelis, and Hannon, then John Ogle. Mendel, I don't think, finished, lap down, and Chris Boutillier in 17th, Jack Bush in 18th, and Todd Pajanos in 19th. So, plenty to look at there, a real eclectic group of cars. That's the best way I can describe it, but a lot of fun as the sun shines here at Lime Rock. Let's take a look at the highlights then, and we got off to a cracking start, and DJ Jans was off into the distance very quickly in that beautifully prepared Mustang. We got the Donovan Jaguars out there. We even had the TDI, the Volkswagen out there, GTI, and that beautiful Martini 808. There's your leader. And he just sided his way through in the Mustang. And, of course, there was a safety car, so that all came to naught. Good work by the 74 of Glenn Avery, holding on to second place. And some good battles between the Mustangs as well. BMW versus Jaguar. Quite different cars, as you can imagine. And that's how it finished. Jans, Avery, and Hosek, your top 3. Yeah, my business partner is a huge Seinfeld fan. Took the Skip Barber School, got the plaque on the wall, and he was the one that told me, watch Jerry Seinfeld, watch the fridge. It's got a Skip Barber sticker.
It's awesome. I mean, you'd pay millions of dollars back in the day to have that kind of branding.
And he's thought about it.
Yeah. So leave us a comment. What was your favorite Seinfeld episode? I'm seeing man hands on there right now.
Yeah, we'll get some more comments up. But as you can see, the fans starting to come out of the woods because the sun is out here at our Memorial Weekend Classic. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Join us after this.
The Road America Speed Tour returns to Road America May 17th through the 19th, featuring the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, TA2 Club, Formula Regional Americas, the F4 US Championship, Ligier JSF4, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road America Speed Tour May 17th through the 19th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
There is the green. Kind of surprise season. Oh, he rockets by Sima. There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller Lagarde.
Hey everyone! Welcome to Lime Rock! It's Memorial Weekend, the classic that is always here at Lime Rock. As you can see, the crowd are revved up, we're revved up. It's Trans Am presented by Pirelli, round 4 of the championship. And I'll tell you what a championship we've got. It's been, we had 3 different winners, and we've got Dreesy on pole today.
Yeah, and it's been a while since Dreesy's been on pole, but we have the best audience here for the Memorial Day Classic. Even despite the weather changes that have happened, but it's been a few years since Dreesy's been on pole. Chris Dyson's won here 3 years in a row, the homeboy, just from down the road, Poughkeepsie, New York. But Jonathan, we also might add a little kink into this. This may
little spice
tire change race.
You think?
In a series that isn't used to tire changes, with this fantastic crowd, they might have to go from slicks to wets, which will really thicken the plot here.
Well, it will, because of course we don't do regular pit stops. So there's no, we have 100-mile sprints is what we do. So that's really going to test these drivers and mechanics out today. Want to give a shout out, of course, to Adam Andretti. He'll be in the mix as well. We've heard that Menard had a starting problem. We're hoping to see him make the grid.
Yep. Yeah, and then Amy Ruman behind De Silva, because qualifying was in the rain. It's going to be a mixed group here at the start. Lots of drama, but again, the best fans in motorsports here at Lime Rock Park.
Yep, it's a tradition that's continued. Trans Am started coming here back in 1967, and since then, families, generations of families have all come to Lime Rock, and it's a great feeling here. And also, we've named the tower after Skip Barber, the man who kept this place going when the lights were starting to go out now and again, but he has kept it going, and Lime Rock remains one of the greatest and most iconic circuits in the US of A. Now, we've mentioned the weather, but what about the track? Who better than Adam Andretti to take us around it?
Welcome to Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. It is fast, it is flowing, and it rewards the brave. First thing you have to do is get through Big Bend, turns 1 and 2. This is where we see Justin Marks and Matthew Brabham last year in a heated battle through here. Unfortunately, won't see that this year. Head to turns 3 and 4, load on the left-hander and the right-hander onto the Paul Newman straight. Used to be the no-name straight, but what a better name to put to that straightaway than Paul Newman. As you approach the uphill here, turn 5, you're going to go get a little bit of air into turn 6. A 4-way battle for the lead last year. I'm looking forward to being one of those battles here that you watched today. Big Bend sends us into the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill turn 7, where last year we saw David Paterick and Amy Ruman, the two-time champ, go at it. Down the front straightaway to complete your lap here at the park.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the fan walk here at Lime Rock Park for the Memorial Day Classic with TA, XGT, SGT, GT. This is going to be a crazy race. As Jonathan and I were talking about it, you can see the clouds are moving in. We qualified in a pretty heavy rain. Then it cleared up. But that did not diminish the spirits of this crowd. Look at this crowd here with threatening weather, but they're still here. The best crowd in motorsports here for the Memorial Day Classic. And then starting pole here for the first time in just a few seasons is Tommy Dreese. So Dreese, this has got to feel really good at a track where pole just is so important.
Yeah, definitely track position's important. We had a great run in the rain. Dyson was, I think, 300ths. The whole field's close, and thanks to all the fans here, and thank you to all the people who sacrificed their lives that we can all do this and everything we do in America. Love you all.
Nice. I love it. Tommy Dreese starting first. Now, Brandy and Kevin. Where's Brandy and Kevin? I just spoke to Brandy. Come on over here. We got to talk to you guys, too. But we're coming over here now to Chris Dyson and the Dyson crew. I don't see Chris, but we've got Rob Dyson here. Rob Dyson, a legend here at Lime Rock. I know you had to be at Indy yesterday, the curator of the Indy Museum, so glad you're here with us. Chris has won here 3 years in a row. So you, as a longtime race driver, what's going through his head and what are you telling him?
Repeat. Repeat. This is going to be an interesting race because, you got great competitors. Tommy did a great job in qualifying under, rain around this place makes it a lot different. And so I think you're going to see some terrific racing. I think the other thing is that the fans are going to see a lot of really high speed. And around this place, the climate can change so quickly that you never know. You could get a sprinkle or you get a downpour that may just show up. And we've had that happen before, too. We got a lot of years around this place. But anyway, it's wonderful to be at Lime Rock. It's a home track. Great to be here and looking forward to the event.
Nice. I love it. Rob Dyson there, racing legend. But let's talk to some fans here. We've got Brandy and Kevin all the way from, Torrington, Connecticut, but long-time Trans Am faithful. So what are you seeing in this race with the weather coming? How would you call it?
It's always tricky with the weather at Lime Rock, but it's always amazing. So it doesn't matter who's up in front. You never know who's going to end up finishing the race.
All right, Kevin, let me put you on the spot. Who are you putting on the top step at the end of this race?
I really like Adam Andretti, so I'm rooting for him.
Nice. I love it. Well, there you go. We've got some great fans here. Brandy and Kevin, thank you so much for coming out. We've got about 5 more minutes here about 4.5 minutes finishing this fan walk. So make sure you talk to all the drivers because we will have to clear this right away. I'm going to come and try to find Adam Andretti, who was Kevin's favorite for the race. I love having to navigate through all the fans. Isn't that a great thing, Adam? I love having you up in the announcer booth, but I love it more when you're behind the wheel.
Well, thank you, Ben. And I tell you, no matter what, whether you're in the booth or out here, you feel the energy of these fans. And we can't thank you all enough for coming out and supporting us. The weather was sketchy, but it's looking like it's going to be a beautiful race for us here in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. And we're excited to get behind the wheel of this Go Share top liner Chevrolet Camaro for Burton Racing and this BR1 chassis and show what it can do. We had a good session this morning in the wet. That was fun and interesting. But I think we got to have a really good 100 miles here. So looking forward to putting on a show for the fans.
Nice. I love it. Adam Andretti. We're going to come around here, talk to Paul Menard. But like I was saying, the weather is showing that we may have to come in and change tires in a series that we're not used to changing tires. So I'm sure Paul Menard's crew have their Master Force tools ready to change these tires. And then the car didn't start at Grid, but you made it. Are you excited to be at Lime Rock and race for the first time?
There's a few races a few racetracks I've never been to that are on the bucket list. And I checked one off at Sebring a few years ago. Lime Rock I'm checking off this weekend. So I always heard the race fans are great up here, and they did not lie. The good crowd, awesome crowd. A little little bull ring racetrack. It's short track road racing, so it's going to be fun. We'll chase the weather and got dries on. Hopefully it stays that way, and we'll see how it goes.
Now, somebody that's raced in the top series with NASCAR, and you've seen some great fans and huge crowds, but this crowd here at Lime Rock Park is pretty unmatched, isn't it?
It's crazy. I mean, I came in on Friday afternoon, and even on a Friday, it was packed. Obviously, Saturday was packed, and yeah, the race fans turn out. I've raced a bunch in New Hampshire and New York, Pocono, Pennsylvania. So the Northeastern fans are some of the best in the country, hands down, and they showed it today.
Nice, I love it. Well, there we go, Paul Menard. Then here's kind of a throw a wrench in it. We've got Joey DeSilva here in this Supra, the GT car. I don't know what happened out there, but man, you must have done really well in the wet having this Toyota Supra up here in the GT ahead of a TA car. That's got to feel really good.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, this is my home track. I've been here more times than I can count. So I just hope I can make everybody proud and get a Toyota on the podium today. First place.
Nice. And you know where the grip is in the wet then.
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Nice. I love it. Well, Joey DeSilva in the Supra, ladies and gentlemen. Then I come back here to two-time Trans Am champion Amy Ruman. Amy Ruman, you've had some good races here at Lime Rock Park, but with the mixed conditions, what's your strategy?
I think we'll just be patient. I'm hoping it stays dry, and I think it will. Might see a little wet right at the end, but I don't think it'll warrant enough to change tires, I hope. So, we just try to keep it clean this morning in the qualifier, stay off the fence, and some of these guys have a little bit more rain experience than I do, so we'll be there. If it stays dry, we'll be there at the end.
Nice. Well, Amy Ruman, good luck out there. Chris Coffey leading us in GT. Then David Hampton coming all the way from Bend, Oregon. He's leading us in GT in the Western Championship, but you thought you'd try your hand here in the National Championship.
I'm going to give these guys all I got today. This baby is going to go as hard as it can till the wheels come off. So we're coming for everybody.
Nice. I love it. David Hampton. Then we have Jen Kerpata here from the Northeast, but this is Jen Kerpata here in the SGT car. Jen, what's your strategy?
Let it rip, pretty much. Just keep it on track, let it rip, and do the best we can.
Nice. Let her rip, she says. Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure you check out the number 93, Jen Kerpata. But, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben, as always. And, yeah, I met Jen for the first time today, so good luck to her. And good luck also to Amy Ruman, looking to, well, she doesn't think she'll change tyres, which is an interesting time. And, of course, because obviously if it's not too wet, you can stay out on your slicks, but just got to be careful. You don't want to take a pit stop. These cars, these races are not designed to have pit stops, but you can, of course. So we look high and above this Lime Rock circuit, looking forward to round 4 of the Trans Am Series. And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV, live across the United States, and MAV, the home of Trans Am. And if you are watching us live, welcome. And if you can't stay with us the whole time, don't worry. You won't miss anything. On Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have highlights of both TA and TA2, which took place yesterday. Color Guard is ready for this very important, and it's the Connecticut State Police Honor Guard, for this very important ceremony, especially on Memorial Weekend. And we thank all of our vets. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Connecticut State Police Honor Guard here to present the colors for the Memorial Day Classic. And now I would like to introduce Marvin Gray with Road Race Ministries, our road pastor, to deliver the invocation. Marvin, take it away.
You remove your caps, please. Bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today at this heritage track for Trans Am. What a history that's here, and what a beautiful, beautiful area. Thank you for being here. We pray you bless each and every one who is a part of the show today, from the drivers, the crew, from the track workers, the officials, and for our fans. Thank you for being our fans. It makes it such a great show. And Lord, now, this Memorial Day, we pray your blessing and protection on our troops and safety forces. We thank you for all those that gave the last full measure of devotion. And as one soldier said, it's not about living and dying, it's about right and wrong. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Marvin Gray. But now, all the way from University of Hartford, Samantha Norton to deliver the national anthem. Please remove your caps.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Samantha Norton, thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful. We need everybody to clear the grid as soon as possible. And Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. We're looking high above the Lime Rock Park Tower, which is now the Skip Barber Tower, named this weekend for the great Skip Barber, who has pretty much dedicated his life to motor racing, made it to the dizzy heights of Formula One, was a perennial member of the SCCA, did a bit of Trans Am, did 3 Trans Am races, in fact, best place of 5th. So a well-known figure here, but he is probably most famous for his school, the Skip Barber School, which started in 1975 and continues to this day. He no longer runs it, but his name is emblazoned on every driver that takes the chance to get a license or a certificate from the Skip Barber School. And so congratulations. And by the way, Skip Barber, as we call it, the year of Skip, has just been inducted into the Motorsport Hall of Fame, and he was announced in Los Angeles a few weeks ago. Got a chance to talk to him about some of his great memories, and he continues to love his motorsport and was here yesterday, and I'm sure is here today somewhere, but not as part of the official proceedings. Well, the wind is picking up, and I hate to say that usually does indicate that there's weather on the way. We've been told or estimated that it shouldn't come until about 3 o'clock, possibly. So we could get this in before that actually happens. So that would be good news. Either way, we want to run the full 100 miles. And if you've not been watching Trans Am this year, it's been a really interesting season, because coming into the season, we started at Sebring. And right from the get-go, Paul Menard was looking very strong indeed in the Menard's Ford Mustang. He took victory there, and funnily enough, Dyson came together with, of all people, Ernie Francis Jr., who was making an appearance right on the first lap. So it was not the great way for Dyson to defend his title, because he did not get around at Sebring. And in fact, it was Menard, Wally Dollenbach in second place, and Amy Ruman on the podium. Tommy Dreesy in 4th. Then we went on to Michelin Road Atlanta in March, and it was Adam Andretti in the all-new Burton car, and a big day for the team and a big day for Adam. It was his birthday that day. but he took it home in style. He had a mechanical issue towards the end of the race, so he was holding off Chris Dyson as they vied for the win. Dyson did take second place, and Keith Grant rounded out the podium. Then we moved on to NOLA in April for round 3, and in round 3, Chris Dyson finally got on the board as a winner. Perfect timing, because, of course, this is his home race, so he's in winning ways at the moment. Paul Menard was second, and Tommy Dreesy was on the podium, his first podium of the year. Also, Kaylee Bryson got her first Trans Am win that weekend, so she'll be out there again, but bags of confidence now. And just a reminder, it is Tommy Dreesy on the pole. The qualifying took place in the wet, and so not an easy time for anybody. 57.8 by Tommy Dreesy, but as you can say, 57.9 for Chris Dyson. So absolutely nothing. Remember, 4 different categories of racing in this one. We have the TA, that's the top guys, the fastest guys in there, 850 brake horsepower, tubular frame, silhouette cars. And then we go down to production, and in XGT, we have Danny Lowry and Ricky Sanders taking each on in their AM GT3s. We saw Jen Krapata just a moment ago. She is also going to be racing in SGT up against the championship leader, Richard Forsyth, and she's out-qualified him. And then in GT, a great job done by the local man, Joey De Silva, in pole. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you. We have a very special treat, ladies and gentlemen. I've got my friend Pius here with the Winner's Circle Project, something that we've been a part of in the Trans Am Series for the last 4 years. They did it here for the first time just Friday. They ended their school year here. Unbelievable. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Pius. And, Pius, tell us about the Winner's Circle Project.
The Winner's Circle Project, Ben, is a project-based learning racing educational program. So over the course of a year, kids are building a real Factory 5 MK Cobra, and then they get to market it. They get to do the visual communications and all of the mental health aspects that we added to it to make sure that they have the mindset of a winner. So it's been a blessing for us to be here in the Dutchess County, and we also have 2 schools in Tioga County. And so we did 5 this year. Next year it's 6.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me just say from personal experience, as somebody that wasn't a great student myself, but I loved auto shop and I loved my band classes, and those were things that kind of gave me direction throughout school. And I feel like that's what you're doing. You're teaching a trade and the vocational arts to these kids, and the kids that don't fit into the normal STEM work, I feel like this is where they can find a purpose.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, we're trying to give opportunities in real life lessons that you could be able to apply when you get into the job, right? In fact, we have 2 of our students here that are working the pits today. Yeah. So I'm just excited for all the opportunities coming, and I couldn't be more thankful. Lime Rock Park.
We got to go. Sorry, yeah, Dickie Regal, thank you so much. But we've got to go because you guys are about to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away. Sorry about that. That's okay. I'm getting a countdown in my head.
And with that, the hills are alive with the sound of Trans Am. It's been that way since 1967 here at Lime Rock, and we've come back on this favored Memorial Weekend Classic year on year, and we're in for some great racing. Yes, there is inclement weather in the distance, but it won't worry us for now. And in fact, it just adds a little spice of the possibility, because as Ben mentioned, we're not used to doing pit stops. This is a 100-mile sprint, and there's been some really great stories in all of the categories. Chris Coffey, for example, has won every race in that Maserati so far in GT. The man from Texas, and he's planning to do exactly that again, I'm sure. Kaylee Bryson, her first win last time out at NOLA. And how about this man, Tommy Dreesy, the Hollywood superstar, as I call him, but the Greek wonder, former Trans Am champion himself, and behind him, the multiple Trans Am champion and multiple winner here at home at Lime Rock. It all started for Chris Dyson back in 1994 when he took the Skip Barber School right here. So you want to see a parallel? Well, that's exactly how it works. You come here with no real knowledge. Of course, Rob, his dad, was a famous racing driver, so he had a bit of knowledge, did Chris. But he, like so many other great drivers, cut his teeth here at Lime Rock at the Skip Barber School, as did, I may add, Joseph Newgarden, who is a double back-to-back winner of the Indy 500. Did it last night in style over Pato O'Ward. So, yes, you too could come and join Skip Barber's school and be the next big thing. Here's the championship for Chris Dyson. Second at the moment on 262. It's a slight gap, that's all. Best finish, obviously, last time out. And, yeah, once Mr. Dyson starts winning, there's usually no stopping him. But only 8 points between him and Menard, so an important race. And I just hope that that stalling problem that he had does not affect him again. I don't think it will, but we'll see. And then just 14 points between Dyson and Andretti in third position. Tommy Dreese, 6 points behind him. So a chance for a good points haul for Tommy if he keeps it on the straight and narrow. And Amy Ruman currently in fifth place, just 6 points behind her arch nemesis, Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, but with the points being so tight as they are, you can't count anybody out. You know, Amy Ruman knows how to win championships. Unbelievable. But speaking of the women in racing, Jen Carpata doing really well with us in the Trans Am Series. And then Kaylee Bryson, like you were just saying, just won last time out with us at NOLA Motorsports Park. But then she went and became the first woman ever to win a USAC national race.
Here's your grid then. Tommy Dreese on the pole alongside our current champion, Chris Dyson. Adam Andretti already a winner at Road Atlanta. Paul Menard likewise at Sebring. So a really top-heavy start to the race. Joey De Silva, great qualifying for the local man alongside Amy Ruman, the two-time champion. Chris Coffey leading in GT and alongside David Hampton, who's giving it everything. Jen Carpata, who you just mentioned, from Island Trees Auto, and alongside local man Michael Sire. Richard Forsyth leads the way in SGT. Colin Cohen in GT, and then Kaylee Bryson, who you just mentioned there. Danny Lowry for the Bennett's Bridge Hall team, and Ricky Sanders, his teammate, starts just behind in the 43. And the Hula Lady is in full song, as you can see. She's strumming away. That tells us how the G-force works here.
And we were talking about Danny Lowry, who's representing wreaths across America.
Yes.
I was talking to Renee Worcester about that, and they are going across America in this beautiful, like, Suburban, putting wreaths on the gravestones of fallen soldiers and doing their job here for Memorial Day.
Yeah, that's a really nice color scheme, and we'll point it out when we see it up close. But, yeah, really nice effort there. And Wreaths Across America, I hadn't realized until I read up on it, millions and millions of wreaths. They go ahead and go all around America and make sure that the veterans are never forgotten, as we won't. Here we go then. Dreese heads away, takes the green flag, and heads down to the Mission Foods Big Ben for the first time. Dyson tries to go around the outside. On the inside is the 17, and Dyson's gone round! Oh no, the ignominy, the irony, the absolute misfortune, and the unbelievable factor that so rarely do we see Chris Dyson either make a mistake or get into trouble in any way, shape, or form, especially here at Lime Rock, has spun round.
And so he's won here the last 3 years in a row.
I know.
He's trying to get it refired as Amy Ruman goes offline there. And here we go. Hopefully we're going to be able to see a little bit of that, but that is totally unlike Chris Dyson.
Meanwhile, Dreese's away. Andretti follows him. Menard a distant third, but it's going to be between these three now. But there was a big moment for Chris Dyson. And I wonder, I don't know, cold tires potentially? I don't know, but it was a rare mistake because no one else was seemingly involved. Ooh, that's not a good look. That's flapping away there, Tommy Dreese's car. And look at this! Andretti side by side at the Mission Foods turn one. And he's going to try to go the long way as Andretti. He knows this track all too well, and if he keeps his foot in, he should get past, but he can't. He's been blocked by Dreese. Great start to this one. Dreese and Andretti going head-to-head here at the front, and Menard now catching in 32 seconds behind. Meanwhile, right at the back is Dyson's got it all to do.
Yeah, so now Dyson's got to run through all this mixed group traffic through Lime Rock Park where it is very difficult to overtake anybody, just a few passing zones. But, man, this is the fight to watch here, Jonathan, with Andretti and Dreese.
Well, they know each other very well. They've got a lot of respect for each other. They've driven against each other many, many a time. Andretti, of course, has won in every kind of mark there is in Trans Am and loving this new Burton chassis. So we're kind of seeing the old versus the new here because the regular chassis that that Dreesy's going against this Burton. Now very much tried and tested, having won at Road Atlanta. But, yeah, you could see that Adam has got his tail up.
Adam is in the faster car. You can see it down the main straight, and he's got a little bit more nimbleness there through the left-hander. But this is a very difficult circuit to pass, and Dreesy can make that car very, very wide.
Here he comes down the Paul Newman straight, and Menard is catching, and I think Andretti thinks to himself, right, I need to get past Dreesy as soon as possible because Menard is coming and coming fast as they head over the Cube 3 Architecture West Bend and down towards the Bennett's Bridge Hall, downhill. Beautiful shots on board as we fly into 7 with our leader, Tommy Dreesy, who just gets a wiggle on there, and Menard is right with him, the championship leader. It's a 3-way battle at the front. Andretti goes to the outside. Menard will go with him. Dreesy's going to have to try to defend, but he's not got an easy job to do with these two on his tail, but he does hold them off for now.
Now this battle, what's happening is Dreesy is in the lead, but looks like he doesn't have the faster car, and that's bringing Paul Menard now to a 3-car battle. And Andretti, if Andretti can get by Dreesy, I think he might take off. But with Dreesy keeping both of them, that's going to bring Menard right back up to the back of him.
Yeah, this is the worst thing that Andretti wanted. He wanted a straight fight with Dreesy, but now he's going to have to do a little bit of a jiggery-pokery, and that's exactly what he's doing because he needed to find a spot that you don't usually overtake on to try to make the difference, and that's what Andretti's done. He is a true Andretti. We saw Marco in action last night, Michael on the pit wall, as was Mario. Gerard races. Oh, it's a racing family. And here comes Menard. So it's all going on here. Andretti leads from Dreesy and Menard. More action to come. Well, I just, knowing Adam as well as I do, I kind of thought to himself, he's not going to go for the regular turn 1 because Dreesy will defend there. He's going to have to do something special, and he did just that.
Yeah, and you could see coming up over that uphill, Andretti's front wheels were both off of the ground about 10 to 12 inches on that little jump. And we see Menard now right behind Andretti, so this is going to be a crazy battle for the first. And we're only 5 laps in, and this is not at all what I was expecting for the first laps here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, and for the local fans watching and for those fans of the Dyson dynasty, oh, big moment for Andretti. Oh, he's got a problem. Andretti's got a puncture, maybe.
Yeah, he can come into the pit lane. I don't think he's down. I don't see any tire down. It looks like he went off, and maybe he had some dirt on the tire and lost a little bit of traction. So already 3 different leaders in this race.
Amazing. So down to second place. Menard's now just checked out. He's got traffic in front of him. Meanwhile, Dyson is already back up to 5th place. And we've got a long way to go, yet we've still got over 60 laps.
Unbelievable here, ladies and gentlemen, as we see them coming through.
So here's another look at, they come down. Yeah, he just touched the grass there. He was very lucky boy then. So was Lake, my mate. That'll have woken him up. Mm-hmm. Wow, big moment for Andretti.
Yeah, and I think what happened is he was maybe looking in his mirror coming over the crest of the hill where the car gets really light and just went over just a little bit too much. And then when he recovered, he had dirt on the tires, and that brought him over again. So now it looks like he's still a faster car, and
what's
she's
going
smoking
on with
there.
Yeah, she's smoking. Is that bodywork against the tire? I would presume so. Here comes Dyson though on another former champion. Yeah, she's got smoke coming out of the tires just under braking, so I think that's just rubbing it on the bodywork where it's been damaged there. Well, you've missed a bit of drama while away on MAV TV because we've got a change at the front. We've got Dyson scything his way through. He's up to, 4th place already. Just got ahead of Amy Ruman, who's struggling with a car that's got a rubbing front left from a little bit of a touch at the start. Meanwhile, Menard now leads the race from Andretti and Dreesy. 3 different winners, 3 different leaders already.
Yeah. You can see if we can get a great shot here of the front left of Amy Ruman, right at the 23. That is coming in where the clamp is. That is coming in and hitting her Pirelli P0s, making them smoke. If she does many, many more laps like this, that's going to wear the tires down to the cords. She cannot continue racing like that. They're going to have to come in. But they're probably trying to delay it to see if she can come in and fix that under the wets.
So let's have another look at from down the hill, and here's Andretti, and again, that moment on the grass. I reckon you're right. He was looking in his mirrors to see where Menard was, and he was a lucky boy to escape that. But it looked like he damaged the car, but it wasn't. It was just dirt. So we head back now and look at some of the production class drivers as the leaders coming through. Here's Menard.
Yeah,
so whatever the issue was with Paul Menard at the start of the week, we thought we might lose him, but we got it started. He was stalling early on.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to start it at the grid, but was still able to make our grid. He wasn't late to the grid. He made the grid. Then he couldn't start it at grid to move it to the fan walk as Andretti goes around David Hampton in that GT car, who is currently leading our Western Championship. And now we're on board with Danny Lowry and our Hula Girl.
And you saw from our EMCO lap leaders, 4 laps for Menard, but 3 different lap leaders already. And the Hula Girl is going crazy inside Danny Lowry's car as he comes through 7.
That's Lola.
It is Lola. He's named her, has he?
Yeah, Lola.
My, look at her go. Yeah, she's doing the punk rock today.
I know. That's some heavy metal, Hula Girl.
So Dreesy still in 3rd position, but recovering well, having led this race early on. Dyson now 4th, and he will be coming into the equation. But that is typical Dyson here at Lime Rock. It doesn't matter if he starts last or spins in the first corner. He's always going to be a factor here at Lime Rock.
And Paul Menard able to kind of breathe a sigh of relief with 2.8-second gap with Andretti behind him as he's coming up to lap traffic. But you could see taking the faster line through Mission Foods turn 1 because he's not having to take that defensive line. But we're still seeing smoke out of the front left of Amy Room. And hopefully really Dave Skinner is going to bring her in. Or maybe they're looking at the weather and thinking the tire is going to last until they put on wets. But that's going to wear that tire out fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? She doesn't want to be dangerous, but she wants to keep going. Interestingly enough, XGT at the moment led by Ricky Sanders in 6th place overall. Danny Lowry in 9th. That's his competition. GT still led by Joey De Silva. He's dropped a spot overall, but he still leads quite healthily in SGT. And in SGT, Richard Forsyth, the championship leader, leading the field there too.
But ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this is the bull ring. So if she did come in and change it, she's afraid of going a lap down because this is a 50-second lap, and I'm not sure that she can come in, change the tire, and get out. So she doesn't want to go a lap down. So maybe they're waiting for, hopefully they're probably wanting a full course caution or anything that can keep her from having to come in because she will probably go a lap down just to change that one tire here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, I was saying that Danny Lowry was in 2nd. He's just got past Ricky Sanders, so the battle is on for XGT and the 2 teammates from Bennett's Bridge Hall going at it. But it's Paul Menard leading the way by 2 seconds. In traffic, he comes up on the GT champion leader, Chris Coffey of Texas. Coffey currently in 8th overall. Menard passed him, but of course, that's quite normal when you've got these 850 horsepower beasts up against mere production cars, and I say mere, they're pretty good racing cars in themselves, but you can't beat the muscle of an 850 brake horsepower Trans Am car.
No, but you know, half a second gap now, even a further gap, and you can see Amy Ruman has come in. You can see Dave Skinner there, changing out the tire, and you can see all the body damage. Now, was that the body damage? Did she hit the back of Chris Dyson? Is that what that's from?
That could be. You know, I don't know. It looked, I mean, well, we'll have to take a closer look at it. But, yeah, Dyson was, like I said, a very rare problem for Chris Dyson.
Well, Amish got a great shot of it there at turn 1.
Oh, look at that. Oh, she did a great job to keep that going.
Yeah.
Look at that tire. What a mess.
And just barely came in on time because you could see that was truly
My
cutting
God,
the tire
like a
away.
chainsaw's been around it. Boy, she took some rubbing on that. That must have been so hard to drive.
So now what they're going to have to do is take a hammer and hit that bodywork away. As you can see Dave Skinner doing that. But there is
Have you still
Tommy
got your baseball
Dreesy.
bat?
Yeah, we might have to bring out the Louisville Slugger.
Here is Chris Dyson then, in 4th position in the Jim Weed 16. Synonymous with this circuit and with those colors and with the championship. He's made a name for himself for sure. He certainly stepped out of the shadow of his famous father. Now the curator at the museum at Indy. So he took a flight yesterday after the Indy 500 and came back to join his boy and watch the famous Lime Rock Classic.
On board with Chris Dyson, and I'm seeing he looks pretty relaxed for Lime Rock, as much as you can relax here as he goes over the uphill. And the car sounds good. I didn't see any damage on the right rear where Amy would have hit to make him spin like that, so maybe that wasn't where it happened.
I honestly don't think he was hit, because that's what shocked me so much, is that it wasn't like it looked like, you know, as we see the MCO gears, lap leaders, now Menard moving it to 9 laps, and that's because in those last few laps he's led. And we'll keep you an idea on most laps led. That's a point-scoring position, remember. That's why it's important. You get a chance to score points for pole. Obviously, the result of the race and fastest laps and most laps led.
So unfortunately, with that tire change, Amy Ruman is going to go a few laps down with these 50-second lap times that we're getting here. That's just a tall order for any kind of teams, especially Trans Am teams that aren't used to having to change tires through the race. But she was wise to come in because you could see it was truly cutting down these Pirelli P0s.
Yeah, just to explain, it's very important that she stays out if she can get out, because there's only, a few cars scoring points in TA, and, you get over 100 points for the win, as look at this traffic that the leaders are having to deal with now. And this is really going to test the mettle of these fast TA drivers, because the production cars are aware. The Marshal's doing a great job, but as you can see, there's just not a lot of room, is there?
There isn't, and I'm seeing some front-end damage from splitter damage on Kaylee Bryson's yellow Corvette. So hopefully, when we get to the Cube 3 architecture turn, we can get a close-up of that yellow Corvette's front nose. Her splitter is bouncing up and down on the ground, so she's got some damage to the front end that's really going to affect her. You can see that there in that shot. See how that's bouncing right there?
Yep, I see it, yep. Yeah, that's not going to be comfortable, is it?
No, and that's going to cause a vibration that unless her crew can tell her that's the front splitter, keep going, she might think that's her front suspension or front tires, and that's really going to disrupt her concentration.
Well, as we watch Dyson, Andretti's just done his fastest lap of the race, a 51.3. Back on board with Chris Dyson down the Samposi straight.
But Chris Dyson doing a 51 almost flat, 51.088.
Yeah, so he is absolutely flying at the moment. 51, as you say, 0.8, very impressive, given that the leader's on 51.02. So he's on the same pace as Menard at the front.
So Menard, first time here, really showing us some speed in this Master Force Tools 3 GT car of Paul Gentilozzi.
Yeah, it's a good story, Paul Menard. He obviously raced at the top of NASCAR for, over a decade. And, of course, the famous Menard name is associated with motorsport and has been for many a year. And so, he's kind of dipped in and dipped out since that time in NASCAR and has never been a regular in Trans Am, but always enjoys it when he comes here. And then this year he said, I'm doing it all. I'm coming in. And Dyson went, oh, dear.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so cool to see that level of competition coming through with Chris Dyson going under that Samposi Bridge here at Lime Rock Park. But this is also going to be a great GT car battle. As you see the IMCO lap leaders, Paul Menard, just keep clicking them away.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as this race goes on, Dyson's going to come into the picture when it comes to being competitive. And at the front, just 17 of the 68 gone. We're keeping an eye on the weather. It's still set fair for now, but the wind is blowing.
That's Danny Lowry up in front of him. Danny Lowry's in an XGT car. He and Ricky Sanders opted to stay out for qualifying just because of all the rain.
Yeah.
And they're having to move their way through the back. So the next one that Danny Lowry comes up to is Joey Da Silva. This is his local track in that Supra, but Joey's in a GT car and Danny's in an XGT car, so should be able to capture him pretty soon.
So it's all going on here. Menard, Andretti, Treacy, Dyson still coming fast in fourth. Yeah, it's going to be, well, a matter of laps, isn't it, before Dyson's on the case.
Yeah, so that's Joey Da Silva there in that beautiful Supra. It's cool to have a Supra out here with him.
I know, look good-looking car, isn't it?
But that's Lowry right behind him, and I misspoke, ladies and gentlemen. Ricky Sanders
he's got by
ahead of them, Yeah,
so Ricky Sanders was behind Lowry, then he got in front of him, and he's still in front of him. Fifth overall, Lowry in seventh. That's the battle for XGT, and there is the man of the moment. I went down to their garage. Those two Mercedes are beautifully prepared. Now, it's the other car that's got the Wreaths of America on. We'll see Danny in a moment, but that's Sanders leading the way in XGT.
And Ricky Sanders, it's funny because you talk to him and he has the same accent that I do, obviously from the South, and a long time, Cup driver, late model, stock cars. So it's really weird if you know Ricky Sanders to see him in an AMG Mercedes sports car.
It does seem incongruous, doesn't it? He's a stock car man.
And then with he and Danny Lowry's accents, sometimes it kind of throws people because they're used to people coming out of those cars with European accents, but they have pretty thick Southern draws like myself.
Yep, and if you don't know Bennett's Bridge Hall, a big digital transportation company, a massive one. In fact, all female run, but it's a family affair. Danny Lowry, all part of that big family that is, and very successful, and a huge supporter, I may add, of Trans Am. So great to have them on board, and we'll watch Danny Lowry continue his strip through the field in this beautiful Mercedes.
And motorsports as well. You know, they're doing really well in the Xfinity Series.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
But you can see Tommy Dreese kind of taking that defensive line. And I got to tell you a little story about the camaraderie. Tommy Dreese's son, Jagger, is here with Chris Dyson's son. They've been driving golf carts around all weekend, having the best time. I came into the hauler, and they were hanging out together in Dreese's hauler. So you've got father-sons having fun, battling it out with the kids having fun.
Why not? Exactly how it should be. So down the Paul Newman straight they go, and Dyson now all over the back of Dreese. And in the last lap or so, you can see that Dreese's made up the difference. At the moment, the Lucas number 8 of Tommy Dreese doing all he can to hold off Dyson, but there's nothing between them. And now Andretti's all over Menard as well. So we've got two distinct battles going on here at the front between Menard and Andretti. And then this battle for third and fourth. And here comes Dyson. Can he do it? Oh, he's right on the inside, but Dreese's not having it.
Making Dreese nervous, though. I'm sure Gary Seelix is telling Dreese, just hold your line, keep going at speeds, because Dyson, knowing Dreese's going to want to get Dreese looking in his mirrors, wants to get him shaken up a little bit. The rockin' Moroccan of Tommy Dreese can get shaken up a little bit, and he's going to try to do that. But like you said, Adam Andretti has now closed the gap to just a half a second with Paul Menard, so we're going to have some great racing throughout the field.
You know, for those who don't know, Tommy Dreese is now managed, or effectively the team is managed by Ken Thwaites, a former TA driver himself. And so I actually think that we're getting the best out of Tommy Dreese this year simply because he hasn't got to worry about running a team and doing all of the other stuff. That's Ken's job now. And I just think it's helping Dreese in his driving.
Yeah, and then you've got all the knowledge of Paul Gentilozzi and that 3GT team, Rocket Sports. And a lot of those crew members have been with Rocket Sports and Paul Gentilozzi for 40 years. A lot of the crew people in Chris Dyson's team have been with Chris Dyson and Dyson Racing for 40 years. So it just is a family affair here.
Talking of a family affair, it's about to get very, very friendly between these two, Menard and Andretti, because Andretti is using the traffic well in the top line of number 17. There's the gap you see as they come down the hill once again. The Bennett's Bridge Hall downhill into 7, and now trying to use the traffic. They go past Chris Coffey down the San Posi straight. Menard leading the way. The gap less than a second now as Andretti closes it further. Here he comes and coming fast.
Yeah, and this can be kind of a pick and roll moves when you come up to the lap traffic like we do in this mixed class racing. So you might see sometimes the gaps might drop to 2 or 3 seconds and you wonder why, and that could be because of the lap traffic. But right now it looks like Adam Andretti has a clear field ahead of him just to get Paul Menard and try to get right up under the back of Paul Menard in that beautiful top liner Chevy Camaro.
You know, and it's a joy to see our top four with so much experience in this kind of racing. Adam has been around here for a long, long time. Started off in single-seaters, did Formula 3 back in the day, and so has got plenty of hours behind him. He's also one of the few drivers to win in every mark of Trans Am. And then you've got Paul Menard, a massive career in stock car racing. Only turned to Trans Am the last few years, but we're thinking that Dyson's finally going to make his move, and I think he's done it, because Dyson was all over the back of Dreese. And let's take a look at what happened. Here it goes, Ben. Up the inside, well, textbook overtake. That's how you do it. Well done. So Dyson goes through. From the back, I may add. Didn't surprise me, though, because I knew that if the car was okay and he wasn't tapped, which I don't think he was, and Dyson back up to third and now very much in the hunt for this race. 24 laps gone. Plenty of time for Dyson. That's almost ominous for these two out front.
You know, what I see there is I think I see Ken Thwaites, maybe who's spotting for Dreese, saying, Dyson's just faster. Get behind Dyson and learn how he's pulling these fast laps. You know, nobody has more laps here in this race than Chris Dyson. So if you want to follow Chris Dyson around and really learn how to be fast around here, and that may be what Ken Thwaites or Gary Seelix is telling them to do, because we're so early on in this race, anything can happen. And then they might say, now attack Dyson with what you've learned.
Yeah, and if you're a sim racer out there wondering what the tricks of line work are all about, well, go online and look up Chris Dyson, see if you can find him.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be honest, if you got hold of him, he'd love to give you some insight into Lime Rock. He knows it like the back of his hand.
And there's Danny Lowry, the Reeds Across America Mercedes-AMG, just behind these two as they come through Cube 3 West Bend down to the Bennett Bridge Hall straights. But, man, that top liner car, all of a sudden, Adam Andretti has found some speed in that, and he's really given a mirrorful to Paul Menard.
Yeah, and also I think Andretti will be thinking that he and Menard should work almost like a peloton together to try to stay away from Dyson as long as possible, because as soon as Dyson gets on at level terms with him, it's going to be a three-way battle, and that's the last thing these two need.
Yeah, these two cannot communicate in the radio, but I know that Adam would love to say, hey, Paul, I'll just stay behind you for a while if we can draft and get a little bit faster, because we've got to keep the 3-time in a row winner here at Lime Rock Park in his home track way behind us, because they know he's coming. And the last thing they also want is a double yellow to bring him right up behind him.
Well, the MCO lap board told us that 21 laps now led by Menard. And like we said, points for most laps led. And again, dives out of 7 in the sunlight here. No rain yet. And the wind, in fact, has died down, so that's good news. I think we're going to get this in, you know.
And they're coming up behind Amy Ruman, so great to see Amy
she's
Ruman back out there. She's down a few laps, but this is still big points day for her.
Yeah.
So she's going to have to go out there and finish the race the best that she can, as they're going to be coming up here behind Colin Cohen and some of these production cars. And Kaylee Bryson, it looks like, or is that Michael Saya? But they're coming up to lap traffic, so this might be where the chess player of Adam Andretti finds some speed here and maybe a way around Paul Menard.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, they're equally yoked in terms of speed for sure, but it's going to be a nice move by Andretti, and the use of traffic may be. Likewise for Amy Ruman. She's had a good start to the year, 5th overall at the moment, just behind Dreesy. Just a bit of bad luck at the start there, and I don't know who she tapped, but here comes Menard now. Breathing down her neck in the Corvette 23 McNichols. Family are here. I saw a mum earlier this weekend, and I said, no problem so far. She said, fingers crossed.
Yeah, and now Paul Menard's done exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
He put Amy Ruman between he and Adam Andretti, and now he's going to try his best to make a gap. But Amy, who loves Adam Andretti, good friend, saw Adam behind and just, you know, let him over, as she should, because that's not her race anymore. Her race is to finish the race the best that she can. She's too many laps down. She's not going to be able to catch that, so she's given Adam everything he can get to bring the fight back to Menard.
Yeah, the gap officially 0.7, and as they go through the traffic, it's going to change each and every time they pass a car. And Menard at the moment doing a very good job of making the gap substantial between himself and Andretti, but Andretti's now clear that as they come onto the Sam Posey straight again. Another lap completed, 29 gone.
So David Hampton right there behind Jen Kirpata. David Hampton, family-owned Hampton Lumber out of Vancouver, British Columbia, one of the largest lumber companies in the world. And like I said, he was competing in the Western Championship and has decided to come out here to some of his bucket list tracks. So how cool is that? And there is Richard Forsythe there in that beautiful G-Speed Corvette. Well, we haven't seen that yet.
No, and leading the championship, I may add. Ooh, that's not a good look.
Radiator overflow.
So all sorts of drama going on here. More to come. Stay with us here at Lime Rock. Yeah, I was about to tell you that Kaylee Bryson was either going to lose that front splitter, but it's more than that. She's got, it looks as though she's got a radiator spewing.
Yeah, she's
liquid
overheating.
Out.
Yeah, the radiator fluid is coming out of the overflow,
broken,
and probably because of that splitter, it's not giving her the airflow that she wants. So unfortunate for Kaylee Bryson.
So typical racing, 1 minute you're a hero, you win your first Trans Am race, and the next you're out.
Yeah, and just won her first female to ever win a USAC national race.
Right,
so
great result.
Kaylee Bryson, obviously a ton of talent, unfortunately, and you can see some water there. I think that isn't from the radiator. I think that's just from the rain today, but that's unfortunate. We're getting great shots from Tony Garcia, but Adam Andretti still now a second and a half behind Paul Menard. Unfortunate there for the girl from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and remember, Kaylee's done quite a lot of different types of racing, and she's quite an interesting character, as you say, from Broken Arrow. The only other person I know in racing from there is one of the former Danny Edser, is it? For one of the former motorcycle races. But, yeah. So, Kaylee Bryson out of this one. There's the Supra of Joey De Silva. He was very happy talking to you on the grid.
Yeah, and this is his home track, and it's really cool to have a Toyota Supra out there. But let me just tease something here. a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more Toyotas here in the TA, XGT, SGT classes in Trans Am. So that's been really cool. But look at that. There goes Dreesy around Danny Lowry. Danny Lowry pulling over as far as he can, and Lola just rocking away on her ukulele.
And you can see how quickly the power of the TA car pulls away, using that grunt as he dives into the right-hander west.
But he looks relaxed there, doesn't he, Jonathan?
Oh, completely, yeah. So 32 of the 68 complete. Menard leads, and the gap is still just 1.4 seconds between himself and Andretti. They've been using the traffic to good effect as Dyson stays in third position, but he's quite some way off, but still got plenty of time to catch up with the leaders. We're looking and focusing now on the likes of Richard Forsyth leading the way in SGT and leading the championship in SGT, I may add.
Yeah, 2 Texans coming all the way up here to Connecticut,
Yeah,
neighbors in the Dallas area, and here they are fighting it out in Connecticut as Richard Forsyth in that beautiful G-Speed Chevrolet Corvette, followed by Chris Coffey in his Maserati.
Well, Coffey hasn't lost a race at GT yet, as we look at the very worried look on the faces of the Jim Weed team.
Yeah, I wonder what Stevie Dick's there on the left. He's seeing something that we're not seeing. I don't know if he's seeing that in the in-car or the data.
Well, do you remember how close Dyson was getting up until a few laps ago? Now suddenly he's 16 seconds off them. So he's losing time somehow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's behind some traffic. I don't think so.
Not the way Stevie Dix was looking. It looked like he's got a problem.
Something's wrong, yeah. And then who is this right ahead of Danny Lowry? Is that Jen Carpata? Got a little bit loose there through the Mission Foods Big Bend, so watch out for Jen Carpata, the rear end of her TA2 car, looking a little bit squirrely there as Andretti getting up behind Menard through the lap traffic.
Yeah, I got a feeling he also went wide there. You saw the dust fly up, but it's now Emco Gears, 29 laps led by Paul Menard, Dreesy 3 and Andretti 1. That could change. On board with Chris Dyson, what do you think? He looks okay?
Not sure. He doesn't look like he has the posture of a relaxed driver right now. Looks a little bit tense.
Yeah.
But he is right behind Michael Saya as the cameras are cutting out. But there is Ricky Sanders there in that bridge hole. Beautiful Mercedes.
I bet you didn't know this. Michael Saya, a former Superbike racer.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
How about that? Interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And, you know, Superbike racers, motocross racers always have very, very good balance. They can find that edge and just live on that edge, and that makes for a really good sports car driver.
Well, this race has had everything so far as we take a look again at the 43 of Ricky Sanders, currently 5th overall. But the man in 4th place is about to overtake him, but that's for TA, different category. Dreesy had a massive crash here a couple of years ago on the right-hand side of that bridge and really totaled the car, but he was okay, thankfully. But really did smash it in there. And here comes Dreesy, and down the Posey straight, used that 850 brake horsepower in the Franklin Road Ken Twait's prepared car.
And I'm sure Dreesy's hearing that from his crew that Dyson might be having some problems and to get up right behind Dyson. But look at this gap now. Paul Menard having about a 2.5 to 3 second gap over Adam Andretti.
Yeah, and I want to say that is just traffic management by Menard. He was doing a really good job of just poking up the inside of the other categories and leaving Andretti to kind of fight with him a bit. And it lost Adam some time because their time lap-wise are almost identical. So Adam's got to kind of bide his time now and wait for some more traffic, which there is ahead. So this could get very interesting. 36 of the 68 gone.
Now, it's funny, we're talking about Paul Menard and Paul Gentilozzi and Tony Gentilozzi with 3GT. They are so calm on the radio. I've had the honor of kind of listening in on the radio, and it sounds like this Tony might be like, here's the gap to Adam Andretti. It sounds like they're about to fall asleep or doing like an NPR radio show where sometimes Adam Andretti or Tommy Dreesy, they're screaming into the radio to ask for information, but Paul Menard's, his reactions back are just like, I'm coming up to turn 1, everything's going good, all of my temperatures are good, car feels great. That's about as excited as they get. So it seems like they've found a good teamwork and good teams together because with Dreesy's personality and Tony Gentilozzi's personality, they might have clashed a little bit on the radio.
Oh, spinner!
David Hampton.
And that's David Hampton of AR Motorsports in that Porsche Cayman, and sadly turning it round, but you heard at the top they told you they were going to give it their all. And they certainly have. That Cayman GT4 RS spun round there.
Yeah, but he's still
It's
doing well in the GT class. And the GT class, it goes De Silva and then Coffey and then Saya. He's got to make up one more place to get up on the podium here in GT.
Well, Chris Dyson's still circulating. He's dropped a second now. He's still 15 seconds adrift of the leaders. So time-wise, he's got time, but he's not made the bigger inroads that I would have expected. But then again, it's all very well scything you away from the back. It's when you get up to the front where everybody's on the same pace.
Yeah.
And it's even harder to get incrementally quicker.
Yeah, but Paul Menard and Adam Andretti right now are just hoping that there's no double yellows, that if we can go this whole race without a double yellow. But there's our IMCO lap leaders. Paul Menard, 33 laps. That is a lot of laps led here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And Paul Menard, pretty much the surprise, coming in and saying, right, I'm doing a full season. That just shows you he doesn't need to be racing. He's got a family, and yeah, he's a busy man. I'm pretty much semi-retired, but he come out. As we go back on board, I don't like that flapping hood of Tommy Drees's, but it seems to be okay.
It's distracting me. I don't know if it's distracting him. But talking to Paul Menard, being from the Midwest, you know, Menard's was our store. That was where you go and get everything. So it's really cool to have him out here. I saw his dad at a few of the races this year and his whole family. So it's just great to have him in the Trans Am Series.
Dreesy in fourth position. We're on board with him now.
He looks relaxed. If you look at his body language in the bottom right, he looks relaxed. There's Dyson with Amy Ruman right behind him, followed by Joey De Silva, and then David Hampton there right behind De Silva.
She's still got rubbing on that front right left.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
Interesting. They try to fix it, but it's just not. And you saw how she literally, skimmed that tire from before. How about Joey De Silva? Shout out to Joey. Doing a great job. He's currently in 7th overall, the local man. And as you say, flying the flag for Toyota.
Yeah, very impressed with that in the GT category, doing really well.
Now, how long and how fast can Dyson go? The gap now 13 seconds to the leaders.
And Paul Menard just seems to keep getting quicker and quicker as the fuel runs out. And there is our Wreaths Across America car. What a great foundation that was. Talking to Renee Worcester with Wreaths Across America, doing great things. And here at the Memorial Day Classic, but what a great organization.
Yeah, I took a closer look at the car. It's a beautifully done job. They've got an American flag on the top, and then the flag has actually made the stripes of the flag a semis, as you would call them. But it looks so cool. It's the American flag. From a distance, you can tell it's an American flag, but when you get up close, it's made up of semis.
Oh, I haven't noticed that. Do you call them lorries or you call them semis?
Well, you call them semis. We call them semis.
Okay.
Because we just,
and there it is.
It's an accent thing.
We're getting some great shots there from our camera operators.
So they've got, there's the flag I'm talking about on the top.
I see it, yeah.
And then, of course, you've got the wreaths of over America on the side and on the top. Something like 3 to 6 million wreaths each and every year on veterans' graves. So a wonderful day to celebrate that. And we thank all of our veterans for their service.
And these are beautiful, like handcrafted wreaths, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't some mass-produced thing. This is unbelievable. A lot of love and care goes into that. So we really applaud that. Wreaths Across America, the whole foundation. And then Danny Lowry flying the colors for Wreaths Across America. But back on board with Dyson. What are you seeing, Jonathan?
Well, I'm seeing that Dyson's carving his way through. He's down to 11 seconds now, the gap. 41 gives him plenty of, 41 of the 68, I should say, gives him plenty of time to catch up. So bit by bit, he's taking a little bit of time out of Andretti and Menard, and by the time we get to the closing stages, he should be there.
But I see a major posture change. He doesn't look like he's on edge anymore. Looks like he's relaxed.
Well, the team looked like they were on edge, didn't they?
They did, but even when we showed in-car earlier, he looked like he was kind of more up front and a little bit more driving with the red mist, and now he looks back to being that relaxed Chris Dyson. I'm driving at home, driving to church.
Yep, and talking of driving well, Menard is doing a really good job here. He's already winner at Sebring. Great way to start the year. This is only the 4th round, remember. Menard leading the championship going into this by 8 points. And 8 points, the difference between the two of them. And then Dyson, after that win at NOLA, coming through. It's strange not to see Dyson leading from the get-go at Sebring, but he had that problem, of all people, to come together with only Francis Jr. And both of them going out at Sebring. Menard then just said, thank you very much, and took the victory.
Yeah, he's had some first turn, first lap incidents so far in this round just 4 rounds, but 2 of the 4 rounds he's had some start issues, Chris Dyson. So he's, he knows how to win championships, but this is not in the playbook of Dyson Racing.
Well, Dyson's taken another second, 10.6 seconds. So each and every lap, he's taking about a second out of the leaders. And we've just heard that Cohen has retired. And due to exhaustion, or due to tiredness and fatigue. And you can understand that. It is a tight, short track. But you're never settled. There's no straight to take a deep breath on, is there?
But I really appreciate that. I'm friends with Colin Cohen, known him a long time, and really appreciate that because there's no use in risking it for anybody else out there. If you're just not feeling top shape, pull on out of the race. So we really do appreciate that. But Colin Cohen doing really well in the Pro-Am Championship.
Yep, no question indeed. And Andretti's just behind him in second place. He goes down to the inside.
Chris Coffey giving him the room.
Yep, Coffey makes the way for him. And I love that traffic graphics. I asked him about that. And he said, yeah, it's a company that do just that, graphics. I said, well, they stand out.
Yeah.
Traffic Graphics. What a great name for a company.
Yeah, Norwood Auto Italia, an Italian shop out of the Dallas, Texas area. As
That's
you see,
right.
David Hampton just hopping over that uphill, and we've got a great race here in the GT classes.
Yep, the EBCO lap leader's 39 now for Menard, so he's doing a hell of a job putting on a show here. As there's Jen Carapata for the first time. She's the local. Really enjoying it. I had a good chat with her finally today, and really enjoying being part of Trans Am. 45 laps of the 68 gone here at Lime Rock Park. It's all part of the Memorial Weekend Classic here as part of the Speed Tour. Jonathan Green and Ben Sissel bringing you the action as Paul Menard, the famous Paul Menard, leads the way ahead of the ever-famous Adam Andretti in second place. Their gap, 4 seconds, and now Dyson in third is down to 9 seconds, having spun on the first lap.
But watch this, Jen Carpata there in that red TA2 car right behind De Silva, and she's trying to pass De Silva, but then she's got the overall leader, Menard, right behind her, so she sees that, gives him room, but she's really trying to get that Supra.
Adam. Ooh, that was a little bit dicey, wasn't it?
That was. And
Forsyth tried to get out of the way, but...
he did. Richard Forsyth did the right thing, but wasn't expecting Adam to come up so quickly on him.
Well, that's the blind part of this circuit. We've had crashes there in the past because you really are blind as you hit the crest there, aren't you?
Yeah, you don't see anything. And the hoods of these T8 cars are very, very long.
I'll tell you what.
Stay up in the air.
I'll tell you what, Ben. If Menard pulls this off, I'm going to say it was his management of the traffic. Look, he's doing it again now.
Yeah, he's able to put those cars between them. And that, I love to see Jen Carpata know what's going on, her track awareness to give Adam over. But that's really tough for a driver to do because she's in her own battle there with De Silva in the Supra right ahead of her. And there's our IMCO lap leaders.
41 laps then for Menard. We're looking at the green and black of Menard diving through our shot now. Andretti's now got clean air between him and Menard in the top liner's car. He so loves this brand new Burton chassis. And it's a really trick-looking car. The biggest thing, if you want to know why we get excited by this car, is it's a brand new design. And when the first thing you notice is the height. This is much lower to the ground as a car than the other Trans Am cars out there.
Yeah, the TA class itself, it's got a really narrow rule book, and you can design the cars however you want. It's an innovator's class, and Claudio Burton and Damon have done a great job with that. Damon Lockhart, they basically put all the weight between the wheels, and that's making for a very fast car.
Well, here we go. Back with the XGT class, and back with Danny Lowry. He's had a great run in the last 2 years, has Danny Lowry, and of course with his teammate Ricky Sanders, beautifully prepared cars. They sponsor the championship as well as run, so they walk the walk and talk the talk.
He's doing really well. He seems to be very relaxed there in that Wreaths Across America AMG Mercedes Bennett Bridge Hull car.
Well, he's now behind Sanders for the first time in a while. So we could see a battle royal for the victory in XGT. And of the other battles, obviously Menard leads TA. XGT led by Ricky Sanders with Danny Lowry right behind him. GT is led by David De Silva. And the SGT class is, I think, led by... In fact, it's Richard Forsyth from Jen Carpata in second place.
And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a big shout out to the Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park and all of the fans, because we had an absolute torrential downpour
Yeah.
earlier this morning. And for fans at all to be up on that hill, to live out through that weather, through what we saw and what was still expected just an hour ago, it's so cool that they're out here. Yeah, you're seeing less fans than we might have Saturday, but just any fans at all after the storm that blew through here is
exactly.
just so cool to really show the heart of these motorsports fans here.
Well, Ben, you and I were watching with all the officials from Trans Am, the Indy 500, and I jokingly said, hey, that weather's coming our way tomorrow. And I got a look of death from everybody like, it's all right for you, you're inside.
Yeah, no, exactly. We knew it was coming, and it really hit us early this morning and throughout qualifying. But the fact that it's – and I was told halfway through this race the weather would be coming, but it looks like we might just miss it.
Yeah, they said between 2 and 3, and
David
I think
Hampton,
we're all right.
David Hampton going loose there on the left-hander behind Jen Kirpata.
Well, little pockets of battles each and everywhere. But the gap now down to 7 seconds with 50 laps gone of the 68. Dyson is coming. And it's almost like a shark in the waters, isn't it? You can sense that feeling that the big man is coming. The multiple champion. Lime Rock is his home. Dad's here to celebrate it. Don't take out an idea that Dyson doesn't want the win just because he spun on the first corner.
No, and this win is just means more to Dyson Racing than any other win that they might get throughout the season, because it is their home track, because they have so many family and friends here on the hill watching. And anytime, you always want to perform well in front of all your constituents.
Yeah, and like I said, I went down to the Dyson garage this morning, and it was packed. Everybody wanting to crane a look, see where Dyson was. But they're all family. Everybody knows each other, and they've been around. So he's got a huge fan club. He's got the whole family here this weekend, and then we see him coming out of 7. Yeah. Now you can visually see the gap between Dyson and Andretti.
That Jim Weed Mustang coming up behind that top liner.
4 seconds, Ben. 4 seconds is all it is.
This is going to be good. And we are, 51 laps of 68 laps. There's nothing telling me that this is going to go full course caution, so Chris Dyson's going to have to do it on his own as we see the lap leader, Paul Menard, with IMCO.
Yep, got 46 now laps led, but how long will that last? It was 16 seconds that Dyson was behind at one point, and now the gap is 4 and coming down quickly. We'll take another look at it as he goes across the rise, but you can see he's got Andretti in his sights as they head down the Bridge Hall Bennett, or the Bennett Bridge Hall, whichever you prefer. Bennett Bridge Hall downhill. And now we'll take a look at the gap between them, but you can see visually there's nothing there. And the gap is officially 3.7 seconds.
Ooh, he's moving. I'm seeing like about 3/4 of a second a lap. Is he gaining on him?
Yeah.
I'm seeing some tape. I saw Damon Lockhart was using some gaffer's tape on the top. There's some louvers on the top of Adam Andretti's car to keep the rain out. But now that tape is coming loose, and that's going to be kind of distracting.
Well, I'm going to keep an eye on Adam Andretti because Adam's a wily old fox, and he's always told me that managing the tyres in TA is the key. And so with a 16-second gap, he was looking comfortable in second place. But now he'll be aware, his team will be letting him know that Dyson is coming fast. And now, in order to get from 16 seconds to 3, he's going to have to use his tyres, and he has used his tyres. And I reckon that Andretti, smart as he is, may well be able to go up another gear before the end of this race if Dyson starts to really attack him. He's on a 51.7 at the moment, is Dyson, and likewise Adam Andretti 52.5. So he's kind of, not on the same pace as Dyson. That's why he's catching, but I reckon he'll up the gear in a moment and hopefully hold off Dyson, for him anyway, towards the end. The home fans, though, they want Dyson to come through and take Andretti and Menard. Wouldn't that be something?
Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm sure Damon and Terry are telling Adam the gaps. I'm sure Matt and Stevie Dix are telling Chris Dyson what's going on. But Adam Andretti can see Paul Menard ahead of him, and then Chris Dyson can see Adam Andretti ahead of him.
Yeah, and Andretti doesn't want to get stuck here. This is a classic corner. You don't want to get stuck into turn 1, and they're trying to use the traffic down the mini straights that there are. The San Posi straight is the obvious, but there you can see the gap between them. It's now 2.7 seconds for the Jim Weed 16 of Dyson. And he's coming fast, but it's Menard by 7 seconds ahead of Andretti. Dyson in third, Tracy still fourth. This has been great.
It sure has, but now they're coming up on Jen Carpata, and she's in a TA2 car that's very fast. You can see that she's just pulling over. She knows this isn't her race. Really appreciate that. I love the racing driver that Jen Carpata is becoming. I met her actually on a track walk at Road Atlanta a couple of months ago, and she was really taking her time on the track walk, looking at it from every angle. She really is a student of this sport.
Well, Dyson's got stuck behind her for a second. He comes under the bridge and overtakes her, and now he's got, again, his eyes firmly set on Andretti, but he's lost a little time there trying to get past Jen Carpata, and the gap goes back to 3.2 seconds, so a bit of a reprieve for Adam Andretti there.
Jen Carpata representing the Island Trees Auto Chevrolet Camaro.
I have not heard of the Island Trees Auto.
I haven't either, but it sounds delightful.
Yeah, it does.
But look at this gap right now. Dyson right behind Andretti. They're behind Chris Coffey. Chris Coffey hopefully gives way here.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does. Through the Paul Newman straight.
Back on board with Dreesy. Dreesy still holding fourth. Sanders still leading in XGT in fifth. Larry right behind him. De Silva leading in GTs in seventh.
We were down the Sam Posey straight. I got to meet Sam Posey on Saturday.
Very cool.
And how cool is that? As commentators, you know, he's a great race car driver, but also just a great commentator and just huge in motorsports.
He was also a great voiceover for Formula One in the NBC days and did all their opening titles. He always had a great script for that. And love Sam Posey.
I'll tell you a funny story. He used to write these on yellow legal pads, and he would use the greatest adjectives and was a writer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just a really smart driver, writer. But I guess at some point his house caught on fire and he lost a lot of his writings. So at night he would put those legal pads in the freezer.
Well, I had to pause for a second there, but welcome back to our mad viewers. 56 of the 68 gone. We're getting down to the business end, but we've just been hearing about a great story from Sam Posey, freezing his legal pads just to save them and preserve them.
He would put them in the freezer so that they wouldn't get burned up in a fire, just in case there was a fire that night, because he put so much effort. But there's Andretti. There's Dyson closing that gap.
We've got a
but
doozy.
Adam Andretti, the gap is increasing between Menard and Andretti. So Dyson, right now, I believe the fastest car on track.
Yeah, Menard's gap now, so Menard has just got the clean air and basically has got time to get past the traffic, is 8 seconds to Andretti in second place, and Menard confirming at Emco Gears leaderboard, telling us 52 laps he's now led, which is pretty impressive. But Andretti is now under massive pressure. The gap was 1.8. They'll cross the line again. Dreesy, though, in fourth position, still going strong, but he's some 33 seconds adrift. But now you can see Dyson crawling over the back of Andretti as they come under the bridge, down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill and into seventh.
So where can Dyson take Andretti? Because he's not that much faster than him to be able to catch him into this. So there's going to have to be a move here that Dyson makes that he probably would consider a low probability move.
Yeah, there were 0.2 between that last lap, so you can see it visually. There's nothing between them, but Dyson definitely looking very strong and looking for a way past Andretti. This is the battle for the podium. Andretti knows he's in a good place in the championship. The last thing he needs to lose out is to Chris Dyson, but he also knows that Dyson, this is his backyard, and he will fight to the very end for sure.
But that's just going to increase that interval between Menard and Andretti and Dyson. And if I am Tony Gentilozzi on the wall, I'm telling Menard to just maintain, because he's 10 seconds behind. You can't make up 10 seconds in just 10 laps here at Lime Rock Park. Now 9 laps.
Andretti versus Dyson, two of the biggest names in motorsport in the US of A. And here comes Dyson. Chris Dyson racing at home, crosses the line. Now, the obvious overtake is here, but again, just fast enough to hold him off is Andretti. But here comes Dyson, and he's done it on the inside. Oh, superb stuff by Chris Dyson to take second away from Adam Andretti, and that was great driving.
Yeah, great driving there. Chris went in with a little bit different line, taking the later apex, and Adam going out there just that little bit. Chris was able to kind of put into the inside. Now, can Chris Dyson catch Paul Menard? Chris Dyson right now needs a double yellow more than anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I doubt that, but you never know. And I'm just wondering how much tire Adam Andretti's left, because like I said, he was biding his time a little bit, and Dyson's had to do all the hard work. So Let's take a look at how he did it. It was, well, textbook again, but not the way he did it last time. He didn't make it stick. Look, he came to the inside, didn't make it stick going into one, but then just held the line. And Andretti, having defended, had to go wide. That was the door open, and he took it. Well, this is a race that's had everything, 60 of the 68 in the books. Dreesy still fourth. Sanders still leading in XGT ahead of Lowry. Forsyth leading in SGT. De Silva leading in GT. Coffey right behind him in 9th position. And Michael Sire, the local man, in 10th. Amy Ruman still running, but in 11th.
Yeah, Dyson's going to have to do a second to lap, and I just don't think that's possible. Paul Menard and the Master Force Tools Ford Mustang with 3GT has just been the class of the field this race.
Well, anytime you can get a win, it's good in Trans Am, but Menard taking a win away from Dyson in his backyard will be a huge accolade and a great opportunity because, of course, they're first and second in the championship, and if Andretti stays where he is at the moment, he will pick up valuable points as well in third. He's third in the championship overall after his win at Road Atlanta on his birthday. And back with fourth place, Tommy Dreesy.
Tommy Dreesy's looking good in that Showtime Motorsports Lucas Oil MAV TV car. You can see his body language. He looks relaxed. I'm sure Gary and Ken are telling him just stay the course because everybody right now is still working for the championship.
Yep, it's still a long way to go in this championship, but this is the fourth round, so we're starting to see.
There's Dyson. Dyson has eyes on Paul Menard, but he's only got 6 laps to get there.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, I've just started watching the wind pick up, and that usually, like I said, my weather radar in my head tells me that the rain could be coming soon. Just add a little bit more spice to this. Lola's going about it. She's in full dance moves. Whoa. I'm surprised she doesn't break a string with all that G-force, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's some talent to be able to do that.
That is talent right there.
The Wreaths Across America, AMG Mercedes of Danny Lowry.
Lowry doesn't look as though he's even making. He looks like he's on a slowdown lap when you look at him in the cockpit, doesn't he?
Yep.
Taking his time, nice and smooth. Smooth is fast. That's what they say at race school.
No, he's doing great laps.
.63 of the 68 gone then, and Dyson just passed Krapata.
But did you see her give that to him?
Yes.
Like she's totally aware of what's going on, so we love seeing that, and I'm sure Dyson appreciates that. But Dyson's just going to come into view here over that Mohegan Suns billboard there from the track. But there's Paul Menard. There is our leader, and that car looks fantastic.
Yeah, still got an 8-second gap to Dyson in second. Andretti's lost a little bit of time. He's still in third, but he's 4 seconds off Dyson now, so he's lost several seconds in the last couple of laps. So my hope of him having extra tire, perhaps compared to Dyson, is fading somewhat. But then again, 6 laps is still a long way to go yet.
There is Dyson, but that does seem to be about the same gap that we saw, like you were saying, yeah. So Dyson, this has been a crazy race for him, and any other driver would be pretty happy with a second-place finish if this is how it turns out, but he will not. You are going to see a very disappointed race driver on that second step if it stays like this.
Well, for the overall championship, though, Dyson's doing exactly what he needs to do because it could have, remember what happened at Sebring? He didn't get to finish, so he lost a bag of points there. So this is great recovery from the champ. And as his dad pointed out to you on the grid, anything can happen at Lime Rock. Weather can change. Things go wrong. So you never say never, do you?
No, anything can happen. Paul Menard could get behind some weird traffic as he's coming up behind David Hampton here. Absolutely anything. We saw Tommy Dreesy go into the wall in the late stages of the race last year, so anything can happen here. Yeah,
and Dyson about to hit that traffic coming through the Mission Foods Big Bend because he's right behind, 5 cars, as Menard has now cleared them all.
Uh-oh.
Oh, somebody spun round. And we welcome back our MAV fans to our last few laps of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We've just had a spinning car out of the exit of 3. but I hope they'll keep that going because we don't want to see another safety car. It's still Menard out front. The gap is 5 seconds, so Dyson is bringing it down bit by bit. Rain is imminent, but we think we'll miss it. Andretti stays third. Dreesy still fourth. Sanders leading in XGT, and De Silva leading in GT, and Coffey in second place. Forsyth has dropped down the board a little bit, and I'm interested to see whether Forsyth is in trouble because, of course, he had been leading SGT with Jen Caprata. He's ahead still of Jen Caprata, but Forsyth has dropped down to 12th, and he's now got Caprata in 13th behind him, and that is Forsyth. That's the problem. It's Forsyth who stopped on track.
Whew, and I bet you right now Dyson's team is like, double yellow. You know, they would love to see that because we haven't been double yellow this race, so we're going to finish under time. So they could still have time to clear that car and go green-white checker. But I'm hearing from race control on my right ear, Tim Richter's just telling everybody there's a car off on the right side of the left-hander. Keep it going.
Yeah, and it's in a place.
Oh, I just heard safety car stand up. We might see something here.
Is standing by. We're going to have a last bit of drama
full
here.
Full course yellow. Oh no.
Well, this has had everything, and now throw everything you've learned out the window because we got a full course yellow. There you go. And the rain is potentially coming as well. We'll slow things down. Menard, he'll be kicking himself.
Oh, my gosh. This changes everything. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen. But let me say, you saw Donnie Fuller there waving the green flag. Donnie Fuller, great father of 2 daughters. Jill Fuller, his wife, is here from the Hyde Park FDR school system. And Donnie Fuller with the Winter Circle Project. So cool to see him out here waving the green flag. It means so much to the family to be able to do that. But, Jonathan, we're under full course yellow, and I think we're going to try to get a green-white checker.
Now, I've got a feeling we could end up finishing under caution and taking the checkered flag under caution. That's the latest. I mean, they could change it. Yeah, they just white flagged it, so I can assure you that is how we're going to finish, which means Menard is going to take a famous victory here ahead of Dyson. And I don't think Dyson would be too mad. I don't think he was going to make the difference, in fact, in the laps that we had left. And so Dyson will settle for second place, and Andretti will settle for a podium. So great stuff, and what an hour that was of Racing Plus. And great to hear your comments on the internet. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And join us with more SVR Racing coming up. But there is the stricken car of Richard Forsyth, who stopped out on track. And, of course, he couldn't get it going again. And so they had to bring a truck out. And once you start bringing humans and trucks onto the racing surface, then you've got to put a caution out. Still, it had everything, did that. And how about this? Paul Menard, if you missed this, 10 minutes before the start of the race was nowhere. I was standing on the grid right in front of his spot, and I said, "Where's Paul?" And they said he stalled it. He can't get in. He stalled it, coming to the grid. And I said, "Well, how long has he got?" And they said, "Well, he's got about 8 minutes, and if he doesn't restart it in that 8 minutes, he'll have to start from the back." Well, luckily for him, he did get it restarted. He did start in position, and he was able to hold on, the number 3, for another Masterforce Tools win. And that increases his lead in the championship. It was 8 points. He'll increase that now over Dyson. Not by much, because Dyson did a brilliant job of recovery. That could have been really bad news for Dyson's hopes, because he always goes well here at Lime Rock. But a second place will do. And Andretti, I don't think, will be too miffed by third, even though he led a lap or so. It was definitely a dominated race by Paul Menard. Andretti picked up good points. Pole position, perhaps, but wasn't able to sustain that. And there is your checkered flag. It's not an easy skill, that, I tell you. Well done to Paul Menard. Deserves it. The former NASCAR star. Did truck racing, Xfinity, NASCAR, you name it. And was right at the top of his game. And still is, as you can see. And in the end, the MCO Gears lap leaderboard tells us Paul Menard led a full 64 of the 68 laps. And that, folks, is dominating. No question about it. So, the blushes of the Dysons saved by a great performance from Chris. Spinning at the first corner, if you missed it, right on the opening lap. And I don't think anybody else was involved in that, to be honest. So we'll hear from him, I'm sure, Ben, heading down to the winner's circle, the Jim Weed winner's circle. But I think you'd agree, a lot of fun. And we've got some great races to come as well. We're going to Pittsburgh next, and we've got Mid-Ohio, Road America, and later in the year, Watkins Glen. So plenty more great racing from the 2024 championship. So in a moment, they'll pop into the Parc Fermé as everybody slows it right down and gathers and lets the adrenaline calm down. Menard thanking the workers and putting his hand out the window to say, well done, everybody. Thanks for keeping me safe. It's a nice touch. But as you can see in the background, the wind's starting to build here, and so the rain that we had anticipated is on its way, sadly. But I'm glad to say we got the TA race done in perfect conditions and certainly had plenty of drama to talk about, that's for sure. Yeah, the results don't look as though it was a good race because Menard dominated so many lead laps. But the truth is, we got a great entertainment. So, like I said, you want to see some of that drama? Let's first of all start with the production classes. And this is the best of the action from XGT, SGT, and GT. We're on board with Danny Lowry. He races in XGT, leads the championship, and him and Ricky Sanders were going at it, swapping positions, the two teammates, and eventually Danny Lowry getting past his nemesis. Problems for Kaylee Bryson, winner last time out, and out with problems this time. Lowry picked it up and took the lead. A spin for the 14 of David Hampton. And meanwhile, Ricky Sanders pushed on in XGT. Jen Krapata doing well, second in SGT. And Richard Forsyth spinning around and causing us to end under caution all the way. It's Paul Menard, though, who wins. And we'll jump out in a moment and talk to our very own Ben Sissel. Pretty hot in there. A lot of them wear the cool suit, and that's very useful on a hot, humid day like this, no question about it. Welcome back, Paul Menard, our winner, and he is in winner's circle, the Jim Weed winner's circle, and about to pop out, take the steering wheel off, and join Ben Sissel after what was a dominant run for the Master Force Tools Ford Mustang, and well done too. Paul Menard, out he comes. Big grin and a wave to the crowd. Let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who's got our winner, Paul Menard.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much. I'm here with our winner. Another brilliant win. Master Force Tools delivered for Paul Menard. Paul, this is doing great for the championship. But then to keep Dyson behind you, it just all worked out for you today.
It all worked out for us today. You know, first off, we don't get to do this without the military, the men and women that allow us to live in these 50 beautiful states. Getting to spend a little time in Connecticut. I haven't spent much time here. It's one of many that we're just blessed to get to enjoy as Americans. So thank you to all of them first off. Second, my crew, 3GT. I've never been here before, so I leaned on Paul Gentilozzi. Tony and the boys set up a good car. We tweaked on it just a little bit. And then, yeah, you know, qualifying in the rain, I've never been on rain tires in this car before, in any of these cars, so we qualified fourth, and we knew the turn one was going to be kind of crazy, and sure as hell it was.
Enjoy the Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park. To Menard's family, the Master Force Tools, 3GT, and the Gentilozzi family, congratulations, guys. Now, let's go have a party at Winner's Circle. Jonathan, back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and nice to hear from Paul Menard. It's hard to believe that he's never raced here, isn't it? So, yeah, using all his tools and using his friends to give him some advice. And those that know Lime Rock know it well. And so I'm sure he's had some good advice. But that's the beauty of the fraternity that is Trans Am. We don't hide in our corners and fight each other. This is all very fraternal and fun, but very professional, I may add. And we're looking down high above the Skip Barber Tower here at Lime Rock. So let's take a look at some of the highlights then, and we turn now to the big boys of TA, and it was a great battle. Right at the start, away they went, but look at this. There was nobody touching him, I don't think, and we'll find out from Chris Dyson, but off on the first corner, that led to this battle. Andretti getting past Dreesy, and then going in pursuit of Maynard, and then getting the lead, but then that moment really did put paid to his hopes. A little damage to the 23 of Amy Ruman, and she sliced that tyre in half almost, rubbing it against the fairing. And Dyson getting past Dreesy here, and then going in pursuit of the leaders. Second place, Andretti would stay there for as long as he could, but on the inside at turn 2, Dyson made his move, and that was all it took. Menard the win, Dyson second, Andretti third. Confirmation then of the result. Paul Menard and the Menards Master Force Tools Ford Mustang takes the win over the Jim Weed Ford Mustang of Chris Dyson. Then it's the top line of Go Share Chevrolet of Adam Andretti. Dreesy in fourth in another Chevrolet, this time for Franklin Road Apparel. And then leading in XGT, Ricky Sanders beats Danny Lowry. So that's a rare time, but it's a good battle between those two. Lowry leading the championship, Sanders second. And Amy Ruman finishes for TA in seventh in the Corvette. Joey De Silva wins in GT at home. This is his home track for RV Motorsports in the Toyota Supra. Well done to him. Chris Coffey ninth and Michael Sire in 10th position for the KMC team. David Hampton had a spin. He was 11th. Jen Krapata did a good job. Never raced here at Lime Rock herself for the Island Trees Auto and doing well in SGT. Winning, in fact, ahead of Richard Forsyth, who spun and caused the cautionary end to this race. In 13th, Colin Cohen 14th, and Kaylee Bryson came in with that problem with the car. Well, certainly a race that had everything for sure. And in a moment, we'll head out to the podium. Don't forget, if you want to see that again, or you want to call your friends and say, hey, I saw a great Trans Am race at the weekend, well, you've got a chance to see it all again. Thursday, May 30th, 8 p.m. Eastern, on your home for Trans Am and home for Motorsport Mav TV. And then followed by that, we have what you just saw, the TA race, that at 9 p.m. Eastern on the same day. Thursdays is Trans Am Day here in America. I'm amazed at the weather at the moment because the wind has died down again. It really can't decide what it wants to do here. Look, you can see it's absolutely serene, and yet those flags in the distance are still blowing, and you can see them here at the Jim Weed Winners Circle. And we're just waiting for the drivers to make their way over, but I can see Ben is in full song, our camp leader. He's got the crowd geared up. Ben, over to you.
Everybody to be super loud, super proud. Welcome back. Here we are, Winner's Circle. Come on, Lime Rock Park, get loud. The Memorial Day Classic, and a classic it was. We have had some great Trans Am racing. We are so happy and honored to be back here at Lime Rock Park, especially as a part of the Memorial Day Classic. We have some great Trans Am fans here that have been following us all season long. But right now, how about a big round of applause for these drivers? Come on now. You've got some local heroes here. We have a ton of giveaways to throw out, so the louder you are, the more you're going to get stuff. So, we're going to start in the GT class. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, very fast, let's hear it, Michael Saya. In second place, I'm not used to seeing this gentleman in second place. He's got some new competition all the way from the Lone Star State. Let's hear it, Chris Coffey. In that Maserati, Norwood Italia Maserati. And then first place in GT in that beautiful white Toyota Supra at his home track, ladies and gentlemen, Joey De Silva. So, Michael Saya, you look a little bit tired. You know, when you do a race that long in such an intense track with no double yellows until the end, that's got to be tiring.
I'm not as young as these guys, but great race. Glad to be here on Memorial Day. Thanks to all the vets. My crew chief is a vet. And Tony for putting on a great event all weekend. Thanks to KMC for setting up the car. I got caught up in that first lap, first turn melee, and was dead last and fought to catch these guys. Chris was too quick. Toyota Jesus, I don't know him, but he looks pretty good. So congratulations to them, and thanks for everything.
Nice. Do we have a new nickname there? Are you calling him Toyota Jesus? Is it the beard? He says he's cool with it. I like that. That's a good nickname. I like that. Well, Michael Saya, ladies and gentlemen. So, Chris Coffey, all the way from Texas to Lime Rock Park Memorial Day Classic. Great crowds here. That's got to feel good. Good for the points in the championship.
Yeah, I sure like standing over there a lot better. And thankfully, I've been blessed enough to be able to stand there a lot. But the race was great. I mean, this guy just flat out outdrove me in the first half of the race, but I was getting him there at the end, and unfortunately, we had a TA car that was driving around by himself. A lap down, decided to hit me while we were side by side battling for the win. So that made it unrecoverable and really kind of put a hamper on my race, but it was still incredible, and it was absolute dogfight there at the last laps too. And if it hadn't gone full course, you never know.
You never know. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Coffey. I heard somebody out there doing the Chris Coffey little chime nature boy thing. There we go. It's that dude, the American flag hat guy. You're going to have to give him some swag, Chris Coffey. So De Silva, that white Supra, unbelievable. You had a great race throughout.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I said, this is my home track. The first half of this race, I just tried to kill my tires as much as I possibly could to get away from this guy. And of course, halfway through, I start seeing him come down that front straight a little bit closer every time I cross that finish line. So I just counting down the laps. My driving coach just kept counting him down. And by third lap, I was like, oh, no, he's too close. But thankfully, that double yellow came out and solidified everything. So it was a great run, man. Thank you guys for having me. Thanks to the vets. Thank you, parents, my daughter, my son for coming out, father-in-law, my driving coach, Roger Cody, Tony Ave Motorsports. Thank all of you guys, man. Seriously.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? All right, so for the pictures, if you guys don't mind, come on up to the top step around Joey. Hold up those trophies with the hats. Come on, Lime Rock Park. Let's get loud. Michael Saya, Chris Coffey, Joey De Silva. All right, you can throw those hats out if you want. Who wants a hat? All right. I don't know if they have the arm for it yet. Oh, sorry. Ooh, look at that. Man. Michael Saya with the arm, though. Okay, sorry. Let's go one more time. Michael Saya, Chris Coffey, Joey De Silva. Hold up those trophies. Lime Rock Park here at the Memorial Day Classic, the GT class.
Ready?
Oh, we've got a little champagne celebration. Hey, Lime Rock Park, show these drivers how loud you can get, how much you appreciate them out there. Look at that. All right, Coffey, you got to go deliver this hat to the dude over there, American flag hat, who was doing your scream. There we go.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. So good to see you guys. All right, we've got some cool stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. Some history being made in Super GT. In third place, had to come in early with what looked like overheating. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Kaylee Bryson, just a few days ago, became the first female to win a USAC national race, championship race. So how about that? Kaylee Bryson, all the way from the Sooner States. Second place, Super GT. All the way from Texas in that G-Speed Chevrolet Corvette. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Forsythe. We've got Dickie Regal here with Lime Rock Park, the CEO, presenting our beautiful trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time she was here, she was 4 years old, rolling down these grass hills of Lime Rock Park from Long Island, New York. First place, Super GT, ladies and gentlemen, Jen Carpata. How about that? Quite a homecoming. Well, Kaylee Bryson, I'm sure not the finish that you wanted, but Lime Rock Park, that's got to be fun with all these fans.
Yes, this place is really awesome. It's the first time I've ever seen this place, so it's really cool to show up without any practice and go out there and turn some laps and have fun today.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, she was in Indianapolis all weekend and flew here this morning. And this morning in that qualifying, that was her first time running any laps here. That's got to be challenging.
It was. It was my first time in the rain, too. So, yeah, this is a really fun course. I'm looking forward to coming here again after having a few laps and looking forward to the next one. And congratulations to everybody on their victories today.
Nice. How about that, Lime Rock Park? Kaylee Bryson. Richard Forsythe, with just 2 laps to go, all of a sudden your engine just decided no more laps, huh?
Yeah, we think it was a kill switch down somewhere deep where I couldn't cycle it again and get past it, although I tried a few times. And lapped the whole field in my GT class and just having a fantastic day, loving the track. All the guys out there driving clean. You know, I got past some crazy accidents. But, man, I just want to thank all these guys at G-Speed, Ian McMaster, Corey Brown, Jason Smith. They did a fantastic job. We did a gear change when we found out we had the wrong differential in it. After swapping out a whole new motor we put in it after we blew up in NOLA. And, you know, I just want to thank Sambuca Restaurant and the Rayleigh Underground in Las Colinas, our new restaurants and immersive show theaters there. If y'all go by, I'll buy you a drink if you find me.
Nice. How about that? You go by Las Colinas, you go to his restaurant, he'll buy you a drink. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? And then Jen Carpata, unbelievable. And then I saw your car after the race. Didn't seem like you got a scratch on it. To me, that's a win amongst itself. And then here you are, top step. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, this is insane. This is absolutely a dream come true. I can't believe, you know, we went from regional racing as a father-daughter team to a Trans Am winner. It's insane. Just had to push through the fight and make it through. It's crazy.
Now, do you remember being here when you were 4 years old?
I do. I do actually remember being here. It's crazy. It's a weird feeling. Weird coming home, but it's great to be here, and I enjoyed the track very much. So
nice. She says she enjoys the track very much. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? And speaking of ladies, how about that? 2 out of 3 here on the podium. How's that for women in motorsports? Let's hear it. Kaylee Bryson, Richard Forsythe, Jen Carpata, hold those trophies up. Lime Rock Park, I love this crowd. And you know, we had some questionable weather this morning, so thank you guys so much for sticking it out because I think you guys saw quite a show out there. So Lime Rock Park, you just maintain the fact that you're the best fans in motorsports. I love it. How about getting loud one more time? Kaylee Bryson, Richard Forsythe, Jen Carpata. Eric wants to know who wants a hat. Come on, Lime Rock Park. All right. They're all barely old enough for champagne. Memorial Day Classic, Lime Rock Park. How about one more time for some appreciation for Super GT here? Kaylee Bryson, Richard Forsythe, Jen Carpata, not sure what they're concocting up here, but get loud, Lime Rock Park. Come on now. Uh-oh. They're going to the team. Going to Trippy. Look out, Trippy. That was kind of a planned assault right there. All right, thank you, guys.
You want to get people really fired up? Let's go.
Oh, who wants a bag of chips? All that and a bag of Mission Foods chips that are shaped like race cars and motorcycles. All right, now we go to Extreme GT. Memorial Day Classic. This car was representing Wreaths Across America. How fitting is that for Memorial Day weekend here, the Memorial Day Classic on Memorial Day. The Wreaths Across America, their whole team is here. We're going to hear about them here in a little bit. In second place, representing Wreaths Across America on Memorial Day, let's hear it for Danny Lowry, Bennett Bridgehall, Mercedes AMG. Speaking of Bennett Bridgehall, first place, the Bennett Bridgehall Mercedes AMG goes to Ricky Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. So Danny Lowry, Wreaths Across America, I know has been something that Bennett Bridgehall have been supporting for a long time. You're kind of partners in that. Tell us what Wreaths Across America is.
Well, Wreaths Across America has a mission to put a wreath on every deceased veteran's grave in the country. They did about 3,100,000 wreaths last year. Our company does Andersonville in Americus, Georgia, 20,500 wreaths. We're trying to bring awareness to our veterans, We love our veterans. One of our core values is patriotism. We would not be here today enjoying this race if not for those veterans that have spilled blood for us all these years. You can never forget them. They're just something that you got to keep in mind all the time. So we love Reefs. They're out of Maine. They're here today. If you'd like to donate, there's Maine. That's right. If you'd like to donate, there's a QR code on the side of my car. You can scan it and be part of Reefs. They've got a fantastic program. Please look them up. They do a lot of things that you'd probably be interested in. Other than that, I'd like to congratulate my buddy Ricky Sanders, who outrun me in my own car. That was not part of the plan, I promise you, but he did a fantastic job on the start. There was a little bit of trouble up front. Ricky got away clean. I got hung up behind a bunch of guys, and it took me forever. I didn't get my rhythm until too late. Ricky was able to hold me off, so congratulations. You did a fantastic job, Ricky.
Nice. And Lola was dancing away in the car. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Danny Lowry, Rees Across America. And then Ricky Sanders, that Bennett Bridge Hall car just seemed to be hooked up. How was your race out there?
Oh, that car is just awesome. After the first practice, I guess it was on Friday when we got in the car, I came in and I said, this is the most awesome car I've ever drove. And I got to thank Danny for that kind of deal, because I was used to driving just regular old club-style cars, and Danny's allowed me to run these really nice FIA GTA or GT3 spec cars that are just, they're like works of art to drive. And really enjoying that. You know, like I say, all the thanks goes to Danny. We wanted to have a better race between the two of us, but I caught a couple of holes on that very first lap, and we had such a gap that we never got back together. But yeah, maybe on the next one we'll be able to run door to door together and see how it comes out. And it's really awesome having the Reefs people here that, like Danny had talked about, having them here this weekend is just a real honor to be part of that program too. And yeah, having them here as guests is just really incredible.
Nice. Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders, get loud, Lime Rock. Lime Rock, get loud. We've got Renee Worcester here with Rees Across America and the Rees Across America staff to throw out some hats. Who wants some hats? How about that? Love the work that you guys do. Thank you. Whoa, Renee, you got an arm on you. I like that. All right, wait, hold on. You got, oh, Danny, well, hold on. Danny's going to throw out a hat, but wait, we got to do one more with the Pirelli hats on. One more time, Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry here at Lime Rock Park for the Memorial Day Classic. All right, these are two good friends. Let's see what happens here. And they're of age, so yeah, go ahead. You were looking at me like you needed permission right in the eyes and the ears of Ricky Sanders. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Bennett Bridge Hall, teammates up here, representing Rees Across America in the Memorial Day Classic, Lime Rock Park. Nice job. Ricky, Danny, nice job. Trans Am TA 900 plus horsepower behemoth. This was quite a race. Unbelievable what happened here in this race. First turn of the first lap seemed to kind of tell the story. In third place in this beautiful Burton Racing car, let's hear it. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. That top liner Chevy Camaro, as Dickie Regal presents the trophy here. In second place, all the way from Poughkeepsie. This kind of puts a kink. He has won here 3 years in a row, but now comes in at second place. His whole family is here with Dyson Racing. A lot of history here. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson, ladies and gentlemen. You can see all the Dysons coming in. Love it. Lots of family, lots of history here. How cool is that? And then, ladies and gentlemen, first time here to Lime Rock Park. a legend in motorsports, representing that Master Force Tools 3 GT Green Mustang. Let's hear it, Paul Menard, ladies and gentlemen. So Adam Andretti running second for most of the day. You had the lead there for a little bit in your top liner Chevy Camaro. But I was saying in the broadcast, I bet you wish you could have talked to Paul and just say, hey, let's just duck in behind each other and try to get away from Dyson. But what a race for you. Describe it to the fans.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thanks first and foremost to the fans. You all are the best that we will see all year long. And thank you for showing up and supporting like you do. And even with the threat of weather, you all came out here and drove. So thank you for that. And to all those military servicemen and women that paid that ultimate price that we celebrate them this weekend. That's the most important thing that we got going. And my dear friend Chris Dyson first gets an apology for me. We had a little bit of contact there right at the start, and
Dyson just looked at you and said that was you.
And I mean, I'm a man about it. I'm gonna go ahead and win a spade's a spade, and it was a slightest bit, but us on cold tires that way. So man, my apologies. Sorry about that, but you're a true gentleman and a sportsman and a badass racer to get up here to P2 after that, and to this guy right here, Paul Menard, the legend, you know, out there just cutting the laps after lap after lap, and I was able to make a run at him, and all my controls were, I was out of adjustment, and that was the best the car was, and I knew I was in trouble, you know, because once we got to him and we tried to, he was driving out of the mirror a little bit, so I saw a little bit of the things that like I could maybe grab an advantage on, but he cleaned it up and set sail, and hats off to that group there. They deserve the win today, but again, a huge thank you to this Lime Rock crowd. You guys are the best.
Nice. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. And Chris Dyson, just an unfortunate spin to go just drop back to last there. And then I'm sure you were like, okay, well, it's okay, calm down. There's going to be a double yellow here at some point, and then it just didn't happen.
No, Ben, I didn't. First of all, great to see my family, friends up here. Thanks for everybody for coming out. No, I wasn't counting on a yellow. You know, we've had a lot of races this year in the last couple of years, especially at the faster tracks where surprisingly we don't have any contact, any yellows. And today was that case. I mean, I knew that if everybody got stretched out, we were going to be having to go flat out the whole way, and that's basically what I did. I didn't save anything, so I just went for it. And the Jim number 16 Mustang was just absolutely on fire today. I mean, I think we had the car to beat, and it's just a shame we had to play catch-up the whole way. I needed a yellow to come a little bit earlier to have another shot, but we got to like 4 seconds from being, I don't know, 25 or something down off the road at the beginning there. So I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of the drive. Tried to put on the show for these guys and give Paul some fits, but appreciate everyone being out here. We love coming out here. We appreciate everyone at Lime Rock with the Winner's Circle project all weekend. It's amazing. It's always great to have my whole family here with me. So it's a tough pill to swallow, finishing second, but I'm grateful for all the support.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Dyson. Dyson Racing has been coming to Lime Rock Park for 40 plus years. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, we celebrated our 40th anniversary last year, but my dad's mom had been coming here for more than 50 years, and I've been coming here since I was my little boy Ian's age. So it's just great. This Memorial Day here, it's a ritual, and I hope everybody keeps coming back with their families because the generational things, it's really special.
Nice. I couldn't have said it better myself. Chris Dyson, and then Paul Menard's Master Force Tools, just the class of the field today. Welcome to Lime Rock Park. You've got to love this place now.
It's a great track. It's like I told you earlier, it's a bucket list track for me. There's some great road courses in America that we get to go to because of the veterans and our military that keeps us safe. So first and foremost, we get to do this, have fun, but we don't do this without them. I got to meet a gentleman, Chris Ross, over here, who he's a veteran Army Ranger. We spent some time this weekend. There's guys like Chris all across America that do this for fun. You know, they lived a different life protecting us, and now they get to come here and have fun and be badasses on the racetrack. So just in awe of the fans here, the crowd. I've always heard, you know, the Lime Rock crowd was the best. I got to see it up in New Hampshire and Watkins Glen, and yeah, just hats off to everybody here. 3 GT Racing gave me a hell of a race car, and yeah, on to Pittsburgh. Try to do it again.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Our points leader in TA, Paul Menard, first time at Lime Rock Park. All right, if everybody will get up on the top step, hold up your trophies. Look at the cameras. Lime Rock Park, show them your appreciation. Uh-oh, Adam's throwing out a hat. Look at that. Oh, he almost to the top of the flag. Dyson, see what kind of arm Menard has? Okay, there we go. Nice. All right. But gentlemen, get back up on the top there. Lime Rock Park, last chance. Let's get super loud. Show them how much you appreciate them. They appreciate you for sticking around. Come on now. Adam Andretti, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard here at Lime Rock Park Memorial Day Classic. It truly is such an honor to be here on Memorial Day for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of it. We absolutely love coming here. Hopefully Dickie's going to bring us here for many, many years to come because this is such a great, this is kind of the crown jewel in our Trans Am schedule. So thank you guys so much. Look at this, wreaths across America. Adam Andretti, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard. How about that Memorial Day Classic? All right, gentlemen, you've been given champagne. Do with it what you want. Yeah, I think they might take you up on that. Look out! Here comes Andretti. Oh man! Don't get pulled over smelling like that, ladies and gentlemen. And Chris Dyson pours about one for the homies and the veterans. Who wants some Jimweed energy drinks? Look at that. Oh, yeah, we've got some great Jimweed energy drinks to give away. Paul Menard, don't go too far because our MCO Gears Lap Leader Award goes to Paul Menard. Where are you, Paul? Oh, he's giving champagne over to the team. Do we have the certificate or anything? Okay, so Paul Menard, stand up there. Chris, I'm not sure what we do if we superimpose a gift, but... Hold some, yeah, hold a fake Happy Gilmore check. There you go. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Paul Menard leading many, many laps. I tell you what, 5 laps in, we had 3 different leaders, and then he just took off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, Dickie Regal, if you'll come up here, indulge me for a second, because I got something to him. Paul Menard, stay with me here real quick on camera. July 19th through the 20th, we are bringing the SpeedTour All-Star Race over here. These are the names that are coming with us, along with IROC. Greg Biffle. Well, let me just say this. Greg Biffle and Boris Said are going to be on the track together at the same time. What could go wrong there? Greg Biffle, Jeff Brabham, Ron Fellows, Davey Hamilton, Ron Hornaday, Davey Jones, Bobby Labonte, Pippa Mann, Paul Menard, Ryan Newman, Max Pappas, Boris Said, Ken Schrader, Mike Skinner, Scott Speed, Danny Sullivan, and more. We've got IndyCar, we've got Formula One, we've got trucks, we've got NASCAR, we've got everybody represented. Dickie Regal, I know you're excited about that. Tell them how they can find out how to get tickets for that.
Thank you, everybody, for being here and enjoying a great, great weekend, Memorial Day weekend here at Lime Rock Park. It's really easy. Come back and join us in July 19th and 20th for our SpeedTour All-Star event with IROC. Will be here as well. So it's just going to be an incredible weekend. It's easy. Go to limerock.com, get tickets, come back and join us. And once again, thank you for being here.
Nice, yeah. And we are going to do all kinds of autograph sessions. Ray Evernham's going to show all kinds of cool IROC cars. You're going to be able to get up and close and personal, just like this race with legends like Paul Menard and all these legends we're talking about. That does it here for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Memorial Day Classic. But we will be back here next year for the greatest fans in motorsports.
Great stuff, Ben, and well done to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and well done to Paul Menard, who extends his lead now in the championship as we head next to Pittsburgh, which will be relatively unknown territory for a lot of our drivers in Trans Am. Haven't been there very often, but quite a few of the drivers have in other series, so it's going to be interesting to see who gains the most. But a great weekend of racing, I hope you'll agree. Our thanks to our MAV TV viewers. Stay with us if you're on the live stream. More SVRA to come, but our thanks to MAV TV. If you want to see the highlights, Thursday night starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. From me, Jonathan Green, and all of Greenlight TV, Bye-bye for now. Welcome back to Lime Rock, and as you can see, those nasty clouds in the distance tell us one thing, and one thing, we've just looked at the radar, and it's coming and coming fast. We've got lightning within 10 miles, and unfortunately that means that proceedings will probably not proceed. Ben Sissel, though, that does not take any of the shine off what has been a stunning Memorial Weekend classic here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, and in fact, we expected this weather to come through during
Earlier.
the middle of the Trans Am race, so it held off as long as it could. It was an unbelievable Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park. A lot of fun. Don't forget, we're going to be here for the July Speed Tour with the Speed Tour All-Stars and the IROC race, which should be a lot of fun. But as you can see, we need to get our camera operators off of their metal stands and their lightning rods, basically, and bring in all of our flags and try to clean up before this becomes a big mess.
Yeah, it's about to do that. So, unfortunately, well, we always have rain at Lime Rock, so that's part of the tradition, isn't it? But it's been a great weekend. Our thanks to the team here at Lime Rock. Our thanks also to Skip Barber for entertaining us and giving us a home to come to for so many years. He is now in the Hall of Fame and a Hall of Legends for motorsport in America, and they've named the tower after him here at Lime Rock. So well done to Skip Barber. I'm Jonathan Green, and for Ben Sissel and for all of us at Greenlight Television, thank you for tuning in to the Speed Tour. We'll be back at Pittsburgh for double action in TA and TA2. Join us then, and of course, highlights on MAV TV every Thursday night starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, from me, bye-bye for now.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.